The
President, please be seated. The court is now in session. We are going to continue hearing the testimony of witness Kok Sra. Before we begin our proceedings, the greffiers are now instructed to verify the attendance of the parties to the proceedings and the person concerned today. The greffier, Mr. President, the parties to the proceedings today are all present. The witness, Kok Sra, is also present in the courtroom. Witness KWO7 is ready to be testifying in the court, and he has no relationship with any parties in the proceeding, and he has taken an oath already. The President, good morning, Mr. Kok Sra. Today, the chamber is going to hear your testimony. Before we give this floor to the judges to put questions to you, could you please be informed of your rights and obligation as a witness as following? As a witness, you can reject to respond to any questions if you are afraid that your testimony could self-incriminate you. And as a witness, you have the obligation to tell the court only the truth, nothing but the truth. So please be reminded, we already informed you during the first day you came to the court room. And next, we would like to give the floor to Judge Tumani to put further questions to Mr. Kok Sra. The floor is yours, Judge Tumani. Judge Tumani, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Kok Sra, on the afternoon, in the afternoon of Wednesday, we already put a couple of questions to you, but we would like to proceed with further questions. As the guard, had you ever carried out the arrest? Response: no, I had never arrested people. Question: you said that you were on guard at the building, which is the south-north building, probably building D. During the time when you were on guard, were you supposed to be on guard or you took shift also to different places? Response: I was in charge of guarding inside the complex After 1 month, I was shifted to guard outside. So this was a regular basis that I once guarded inside and once guarded outside after each month. Mr. 2 minutes. So you had to guard different places. Is that correct? Response. There were 2 locations that I had to stand guard inside and outside. So these 2 locations are my primary target for my assignment. Question. When you were guarding inside, what had you seen? Response. I had to patrol the location to see prisoners, and I observed that some prisoners were covered with injuries on their backs when they were walking, passing by me when I was on guard. Question. So you were walking while on duty. Could you tell the court what was your impression concerning the detainees and how were they treated? Response. Detainees were put in an individual cell, and there were a 6 centimeters long metal bar and attached to shackles, and they were shackled, and every one of the detainees was shackled in each individual cell. Question. Were detainees shackled on a regular basis, or sometimes they were also removed from being shackled? Response. Detainees were shackled every day and night. Question. If they were shackled regularly like that, how could they have themselves washed or relieve themselves? Response. They were given a container or box to relieve themselves, and when they had to be washed, then water would be sprayed from a hose, water hose from outside. Question. How could detainees change their clothes? Were they wet and then they had to keep it until it dried? What happened? Response. During the time when they were being washed, they could change their clothes and then had the wet one dried. Question. How could they change or remove their clothes if they were remained shackled? Response. They could make use of the one leg which was not attached to the shackles. Then they could remove their pants or shorts through that kind of margins of the shackles. Question. Were there any female detainees at the location where you were on guard? Response. No, there weren't. Question. So, did you know anything about the situation when female detainees were being washed? Response. I never saw any female detainees had a wash inside individual cell. Question. What about the food ration? Was detainee given enough food? Response. Detainees did not receive adequate food ration because they were given only a small mug of gruel and just watery soup. Question. So how could the food be delivered to them? Response. Normally, the mug would be used to take the gruel, so they were given only one mug of gruel. Question. You said you saw prisoners or detainees who have scars or injuries on their back and body. From your observation, did you notice that these detainees were severely injured, and how could they sustain such wounds? Response. I have no idea how they were treated, but when I saw them, I noted that they would have been beaten, and the wounds were obviously seen on their backs, and I don't know how they were tortured. Question. Did you know back then that the detainees would be immersed into the water basin and that their toenails or nails were torn off? Response. I don't know. Question. At the location where you were assigned to guard, were there any interrogation sessions or places? Response. I did not see any interrogation locations in that compound. Question. So where were these detainees taken to be interrogated then? Response. They were taken to the east of the compound. Question. Within the vicinity of the prison or outside? Response. Outside. Question. When detainees were taken to be interrogated, who were in charge of walking them? The guards or the interrogators who were assigned to do their tasks? Response. The interrogators were in charge. The guards were asked to unlock the door and take the detainees, but later on the interrogators would be walking them. The question, so you said about the mobile forces and then the fixed forces. Can you tell us more about this? Response. Yes, there were mobile guards and fixed guards. Question. Did you ever witness any interrogation session? Response. No, I didn't. Question. While on duty, what kind of regulations and rules were imposed on you and other guards? So if you made any mistake by letting any detainee escape, for example, what would be the sanction or punishment? Response. During the meeting, the superior would instruct us to be vigilant, to be very careful while on guard, and not to allow detainees to react against any of the guards, and not to let anyone flee, otherwise we would be punished. Question. So who led the meeting? Response. Peng, the chief of the unit of 100. Question. Did Kang Gek Yêu, alias Deutsch, ever chaired the meeting? Response. He never attended such meeting except Peng, who was seen often. Question. During the time when you were on guard, did you see or had you seen Kang Gek Yêu, alias Deutsch, walk past that location? Response. Occasionally he would come to that location, but he did not come inside. He only watched from outside. Question. Had you ever seen him interrogating any detainee? Response. No, I had not seen him interrogating any detainees. Question. Did you also know that the accused took part in interrogating the detainees? Response. I don't think I know anything about this. Question. In the process of detaining the detainees and taking the detainees out to be interrogated, who ordered such a process to be done? Response. It was the unit of 100 which was in charge of bringing and taking out the detainees. Question. So who was superior than the unit of 100 regarding this matter? Response. I don't know. Question. Do you know that after each interrogation, were there any detainees released after such interrogation sessions? Response. I don't know. Question. Where would the detainees who had been interrogated taken to? Response. I don't know where they were taken to, but they left the rooms or the cell and disappeared. Question. How were they transported? Could you please tell the court about the process of any detainee being transported? Response. Detainee would be tied to their hands behind their back and blindfolded. Question: had you ever witnessed any execution of any detainee inside S21 compound? Response: I never saw it. Question: when detainees were wounded, the injury sustained from the interrogation and torture, were there any treatment for them? Response: there were medics. Question: how many medics were there at S21? Response: I don't know. Question: you indicated that the wounded detainees would be treated by medics. Did you ever see the medics give such treatment? Was the treatment taking place inside the compound, or were they treated elsewhere? Response: the medics treated the detainees inside the cells. Question: how many medics were seen at any one time, and were there any female medics? Response: I saw only one male medic. Question: among the superiors at S21 other than Mr. Kang Kek Yew alias Dutch and Peng, the chief of the unit of 100, do you know any other people? Response: I have known 4 guards: Guan, Heng, Thorn, and a guy named Chun. The 4 guards I have known, and they survive. Question: I would like to know the superiors, people in the leadership at S21, for example, the chief of the interrogators or the chief of any units inside S21. Do you know any of them? Response: I only know Brother Ho and Brother Hui and Brother Peng and Small Hui. Question: what is the full name of Small Hui? His name is Him Hui. What about the big Hui? What is his full name? I don't know his full name. I only know his appearance. I saw him. Question: during the time when you had worked at S21, had you ever seen any staff member of S21 be arrested? Response: I never witnessed even the disappearance of the staff member at S21. Question, you never witnessed this disappearance, but did you ever see any arrest of the members of staff at S21?
Response at S21, from what I observed within my group, 2 were arrested, the chief and a member of the group. Question, what offense did they make so that they were arrested? Response, it's my observation that they did not complete their task properly as they fell asleep during the guard shift, so they were arrested. Question, did you know after they were arrested where were they taken to? Response, I did not know. Question, did you know about the arrest and the killing of Westerners? Did you witness that? Response, I did not see it. Question, during the time that you work at S21, were you permitted to visit your relatives or to go visit your home village? Response, no. Question, so you worked at S21 and until when did you stop? Response, I worked at S21 until the time almost near the liberation when I moved to the rice field. Question, how did you move to the rice field? Did you go and work in the rice field, or you made a mistake and you were sent for re-education? Response, I did not make any mistake, but I was assigned in amongst other people because the work was light, so we were assigned to assist in rice farming at the rice fields. Question, during the time that you went to do farming, did you go every year? Response, from the time that I worked at S21, I was assigned to work in the rice fields on 2 occasions. Question, did you know before the liberation of 7 January that prisoners were transported to any location in large scale? Response, I did not know about that. Question, did you know the location of Chiang Ai? Response, I heard people talking about Chiang Ai, but I myself did not go there. Question, so you heard people talking about Chiang Ai. What did they talk about at Chiang Ai? Or were prisoners from S21 were taken and killed at Chiang Ai? Did you know that? Response. Regarding the prisoners being taken and killed at Chiang Ai, I did not know that. I only heard people talking about Chiang Ai. And whether prisoners were transported to that location, I did not know. Thank you, Mr. President. I do not have more questions. President, judges of the bench, do you have any questions to be put to the witness? Judge Cartwright, you take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Cox Ross, you spoke to the author of a book called Voices from S21, and the author's name was David Chandler. Do you remember doing that?
Response. It's been so many years, I cannot recall it.
Well, I have a few questions to ask you about an interview that you gave to David Chandler, and you can tell me at any time if you don't agree with some of the statements that you gave to him. But first, do you remember meeting a man called David Chandler?
Response. I met a person, but I cannot recall his name.
This would be a man who spoke English, and it would have been nearly 10 years ago. So does that help you?
Response. That is correct.
Thank you. Now, first of all, the book to which I am referring is Voices from S21, Terror and History in Pol Pot's Secret Prison, and it's found at English ERN 001 92667 to 001 92932 D91/I. First of all, at ERN 00192-712, you talked to this man about the age of the guards at S21. Is it correct what you said to him, that you were 25 years of age when you came to S21, but that most of the guards who began working after the middle of 1977 were quite a lot younger than that? Is that correct to your recollection?
Response. I cannot recall that part. I totally forget.
Do you remember anything about the age of the guards at S21? Were they the same age as you, or were they younger?
Response. From my observation, there were some guards who were older and younger than me.
Are you able to tell me how young the youngest guards would be? Would they be 20 years of age or younger?
Response. The children who stayed and worked with me, their ages were around 15 years old.
And were there many children of that age working at S21?
Response. There were only a few of them working at S21, and there were about 3 of them working within my group.
Thank you. And there could have been other children of that age in other groups, but you might not know about that. Is that correct?
Response. That is correct.
Now, in his book, this man also talks about how he spoke to you about high-ranking prisoners at S21. And he says that you told him that they got special treatment. Do you remember that?
Response. I cannot recall this part.
At English ERN 00192716, he says that you told him that they slept on beds and had the same food as the staff. Do you remember that?
Response. I cannot recall this part either. It's been so many years already. I have forgotten it.
Do you remember telling him that after they had been interrogated and tortured, they were bathed and the medics treated them? Do you remember that?
Response. I can't recall this part.
And is that correct, what you told him?
Response. That was what I said to him.
Now, you spent a lot of time at S21 and you were able to watch a lot of things happening. Is that correct?
Response. I have forgotten most of them already. It's been so long.
Well, I certainly understand that, but I still have a few more matters that I'd like to ask you about because of what you told this man, David Chandler. The next thing is at ERN 00192-775. And David Chandler says that you told him that you saw prisoners who were often covered in blood when they were taken back to their cells after interrogation. Is that a correct statement?
Response, that is correct.
And again at 00192821, you spoke of hearing people screaming during interrogation. Is that correct?
Response, that is correct too.
And that you heard that screaming while they were under interrogation, but also whenever a prisoner disobeyed a guard. Is that correct?
Response, I cannot recall that part.
The screaming that you heard when people were being interrogated, did you have to be quite close to the place where they were being interrogated to hear it?
Response, when I heard it, I got it inside, but I was near the wall, to the east part of the wall. I did not see it, but I could hear the screaming.
Another person told this man, David Chandler, that there was lots of screaming, especially at night, when there was no noise in Phnom Penh, and that the cries were so loud we could hear them from half a mile away. Do you agree with that statement?
Response, I did not know about this statement. I did not know about this point either.
Now at 00192832, you talked to David Chandler about the killings of prisoners, and you told him that nearly all the killings took place in secret and at night. Is that as you remember it now?
Response, I completely forget this point.
You told him that in 1976, blindfolded prisoners were clubbed to death with iron bars in the field immediately to the west of the compound. They were buried where they fell in shallow graves that measured only 1.5 meters deep. Do you remember those incidents?
Response, I cannot recall this part either.
You also told him that although the killings were not openly discussed, the smell of decomposing bodies, mingled with the stench of feces and urine, was overwhelming. Do you remember this?
Response. I am not really clear on my recollection on this part.
At ERN 00192845, you spoke to David Chandler about interrogators who did not want to use torture, and that if they hesitated, they would be arrested. Do you remember that?
Response. I also forget this point. I cannot recall it.
Do you remember attending a livelihood meeting where the accused spoke about torture, saying something like this: "You must rid yourselves of the view that beating prisoners is cruel. Kindness is misplaced in such cases. You must beat them for national reasons, class reasons, and international reasons." Do you remember any livelihood meetings where the accused said words like that?
Response. During the meeting, the superior would give us instructions to the guards to perform their duty properly, not to allow the prisoners to conduct any activities, and besides that, I cannot recall anything.
Do you remember the accused, Doik, talking to a livelihood meeting about how you should beat prisoners?
Response. I did not know this part.
Thank you. Mr. President, I have no further questions of this witness, but with your permission, may I ask the accused about that last statement, please?
The President, Judge Cartwright, you can proceed.
Thank you. Kang Gek U, do you wish me to repeat the statement that is recorded in David Chandler's book that I just read out to this witness?
L'extrait qui est cité, l'extrait de votre déclaration qui est cité dans le livre de M. David Chandler.
Accused. Your Honor, the book by David Chandler is also in French, and I read it, but I cannot recall it. And if you can now read what you said, then I would thank you.
Yes, this is a statement attributed to you, and recorded as coming from an uncatalogued item from S21 archive, dated 18 February 1976. So I don't have an ERN number for that, but I will read it out to you in English again. This is the statement that was recorded. You must rid yourselves of the view that beating the prisoners is cruel. Kindness is misplaced in such cases. You must beat them for national reasons, class reasons and international reasons. Now, my question to you, obviously, is do you accept that you made a statement like that?
Telle déclaration.
The accused, Your Honor, the document of the 18th of 1976, which you just read, was far from what I thought. The content of what I thought, I believe, is on the record of the 13th February 1976, which during the livelihood meeting, I led the meeting for the city force, for the city resistance force, the former force.
Les anciennes forces de résistance de la ville
I said anyone who was arrested by Onka was the enemy. And if you cannot regard them as an enemy, then you cannot extract the confession from them. And that is the foundation for my instructions to every interrogator. But on the cruel beating, it's not. And of course, for the reasons of the nation, the class, it is a possibility that I might have said to distinguish their individualism and the nation. And the focus is that the people who were arrested and sent to S21, they did not have any issues with anyone from working at S21 or with me, but they were arrested by Onka. And I believe I did not say anything regarding cruel beating. That is my response, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will, of course, be examining Professor Chandler later, but your response to his entire book has been that it is a thorough and systematic review of events at S21. Is that correct?
étudiée de manière complète S21.
The accused, Your Honor,
Systématique.
I responded to David Chandler in 13-page writing in French language, which I already submitted to the co-investigating judges, and I will respond more when David Chandler is summoned to testify in the chamber.
Yes, thank you. I have no further questions of the accused.
Lorsque M. David Chandler viendra témoigner dans ce prétoire. Question.
The President, Judge Lavange, you take the floor.
Le Président, Monsieur le juge Laverne, je vous en prie.
Merci, Monsieur
Judge
le Président.
Laverne, thank you very much, Mr. President.
Monsieur Coxros.
Mr. Coxros,
Juge Laverne,
I am Judge Laverne and I have a few questions to put to you. Could you first of all tell me if you are suffering from memory problems? Do you have difficulty to remember certain things?
Coxra. Because the events took place a long time ago, so I cannot recall them all clearly.
Date d'il y a longtemps.
Judge Lavergne,
Est-ce que vous ne vous souvenez pas
do you
précisément de
not
ce qui s'est
remember
passé à S21,
specifically
ou
what
est-ce que
happened at S21, or generally speaking, you have memory problems? Or are these problems only based on your recollections of S21, only involve your recollections of S21?
Response. I know that I forget a lot because I think a lot. And my main focus at the moment is to provide support to my family.
Ce qui me préoccupe le plus en ce moment, c'est de soutenir ma famille.
Vous avez vu
Judge
l'accusé
Laverne,
ici présent dans la salle d'audience.
you have seen the accused present here in the courtroom. Do you recognize
Est-ce que
him?
vous souhaitez le voir à nouveau?
Do you wish to see him again?
Response. I recognize him here in the courtroom. He was the chairman of S21. At that time, I called him Ta Doj, or Grandfather Doj.
Est-ce qu'on l'appelait également
Laverne.
frère de l'Est?
Was he also called Brother East?
Response. I had never heard he was called like that.
Vous avez été
Question.
entendu par les enquêteurs
You were
et
interviewed
au juge d'instruction.
by the investigators of the co-investigating judges.
Cette
This is in document number D78/10, and you explained, amongst other things, that after Phnom Penh was evacuated,
la prison
you worked in what you described as the main prison.
principale jusqu'à présent.
You have so far not mentioned this work at the main prison. Do you remember it or not?
Response. I think my memory is rather poor regarding that point. I don't remember it in details.
Alors, est-ce que vos problèmes de mémoire sont
Judge
récents?
Laverne, are your memory problems
Vous avez
recent?
entendu il y a
Because
à peine
you
un peu
were
plus d'un an
interviewed barely more than a year ago. It was on the 3rd of April 2008. Was your memory was good on the 3rd of April 2008, and it is no longer good now? Is that correct?
Est-ce que vous avez eu des problèmes particuliers depuis le
Did
3
you
avril
have
2008?
any particular problems after the 3rd of April 2008?
Response. Of course, my memory after the 3rd of April 2008 is still good, but still I forget a lot of other things because I have not paid great attention to that matter other than my feeding of the family.
M'occupe surtout aujourd'hui, c'est de nourrir ma famille.
Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui
Judge
vous avez
Laverne.
peur, Monsieur Cox-Ross?
Mr. Coxra, are you afraid today?
Et si vous avez peur de quoi?
And if you are afraid, what are you afraid of? Or whom are you afraid of?
Response. No, Your Honor, I'm not afraid of what or whom.
Mais la chose la plus importante
Judge
pour vous
Laverne.
aujourd'hui, c'est de nourrir votre famille.
So the most important thing for you today is to feed your family. Is that what we are to understand?
Response: that is correct, Your Honor.
Mais est-ce que vous savez que
Judge
en tant que
Lavergne,
témoin,
but do you know that as a witness you took an oath and you are required to participate in the ascertainment of the truth?
vous le savez?
Are you aware of this?
Response: yes, I am, Your Honor. Only if I can recollect it, then I am able to tell the court, and the parts that I'm not sure, I'm not supposed to tell the court because I don't remember it.
Alors maintenant, à cet
Judge
instant, est-ce
Lavergne,
que vous vous souvenez
at this
avoir
particular
travaillé dans
moment,
ce que vous appelez
do you
la prison
remember
principale,
what you describe as the
prison qui se
main
trouvait
prison,
au sud du
PJ,
marché central,
which was south of the
Tomney?
Central Market, Sa Tompney?
Et est-ce que vous vous souvenez d'avoir dit aux enquêteurs que
Do you remember telling
était
the
le directeur de cette
investigators
prison?
that Doik was the director of that prison?
Response: I spent only one night and one day at that location before I was transferred to Khmer, and the person in charge at that time was told by my friends that he was Ta Doj. That's what I was told.
Vous l'avez vu sur
Judge
place?
Lavergne, did you see him there?
Ou simplement c'est quelque chose que vous venez de dire que l'on vous a dit?
Or is this something which, as you say, you were told?
Passé dans cette prison.
And what was going on in that prison?
Response: I did not see him in that location. I was only told about him.
Vous aviez déjà
Judge
entendu parler
Lavergne,
de lui avant?
had you heard about him before then?
Response: no, I hadn't.
Vous avez expliqué que
Judge
par la
Lavergne,
suite, vous êtes
you
allé à la
explained
prison de
that
Takmao.
afterwards you went to
Et vous avez
Takmao
indiqué
prison,
que les
and you
prisonniers
stated
qui étaient à
that
Takmao
the prisoners
étaient
in
envoyés
Takmao
pour être interrogés à la
were
prison
sent
principale.
to
C'est
the
quelque
central
chose dont vous
prison
avez
to
été
be
un témoin
interrogated.
personnel ou c'est quelque chose que l'on vous a dit?
Did you witness this personally, or was this something you were told?
Response: I was told about this.
Monsieur Coxra,
Judge Lavergne,
c'était la
Mr.
première
Coxra,
fois que vous travailliez dans
was
un
it the
centre
first
de
time
détention?
you were working in a detention center?
Au cours de votre existence, vous aviez
In
déjà
the course of
travaillé
your life,
dans un
had
centre de
you
détention?
ever had to work in a detention center before?
Response: no, Your Honor. Only when during the Khmer regime that I had been put and appointed by the Angkar to work in that such location.
Alors,
Judge
ce
Lavergne,
travail, pour vous, c'est un travail ordinaire,
was this ordinary
travail
work in your view,
particulier?
or was it
Est-ce que ça vous
special
a laissé
work?
des souvenirs forts? Ou
Did
est-ce
it
que ça
leave
vous a paru
strong
quelque chose de
memories
banal?
for you, or did it seem something ordinary.
លោកគិតថាការងារនោះជាការងារធម្មតាដែលមិនសូវចាំ
Response. Through my observation, this work was a kind of ordinary task.
Est-ce que vous pouvez m'expliquer
Laverne.
ce qu'il avait d'ordinaire, ce travail?
Could you explain what was ordinary about this work?
ថាតើការងារនោះវាធម្មតាដូចទេ
Response. I'm saying it is ordinary work because wherever I had worked, it would be the same. And when I worked at the prison, I could feel like it was just another kind of ordinary assignment because we were assigned by the Angkar to be on guard and we had to follow the assignment, the order.
Mais, Monsieur Cox-Ross,
Judge Lavergne,
Aujourd'hui,
Mr. Coxra,
on vous redemanderait
Today,
de faire un travail
if you were
ordinaire
asked to
de cet
do
ordre-là,
such
vous recommenceriez?
ordinary work, if you were asked to do that again, would you do
បើ
it?
សិនជាគេសុំឲ្យលោកធ្វើអញ្ចឹងម្ដងទៀតតើលោកនឹងធ្វើទេ
Response. No, Your Honor, I wouldn't.
Judge Lavergne,
ចៅក្រមល្វែង
the
Les cris que
shouting,
vous entendiez,
the shouting you
c'était
heard,
ordinaire?
was that ordinary?
សម្រែកដែលលោកបាន
C'était normal?
ឮនោះ
Was
តើ
that
ជារឿងធម្មតា
normal?
ដែរ
C'était des cris d'hommes ou c'était des cris d'animaux?
មិនធម្មតា
Were these human beings shouting, or were they the cries of animals?
ឬក៏សម្រែកយំនឹងរបស់មនុស្សនឹងធម្មតានឹងសត្វនឹងវាខុសគ្នាដូចម្ដេចឬ
Response. The shoutings from people were of course different from the cries of the animals.
Les blessures que vous
Laverne.
avez vues,
ក្រមល្វែង
Regarding the
Les
wounds
corps
that you
couverts
saw,
ទៅនឹងរបួស
the bodies covered in
c'était des
blood,
corps d'hommes?
were they the bodies of human beings?
តើរាងកាយរបស់មនុស្សឬក៏រាងកាយ
Les odeurs
ណា
The
que vous
smells,
ressentiez,
ក្លិនដែលលោកបាន
des odeurs de qui
ធុំ
ou
ក្លិ
de
ន
quoi?
what was it
តើ
that
ជាក្លិន
smelled?
អ្វីដែលលោកកត់សម្គាល់បាន
Response. The wounded detainees were physically human beings, but the smell, I did not know whether they smell like animal or what. I just no idea.
Vous en souvenez de cette odeur?
Judge
maintenant?
Lavergne, do you remember that smell now?
C'était l'odeur de quoi?
What did it smell of?
C'était l'odeur des cadavres comme,
Was it the
vous
smell
l'avez dit tout à
of
l'heure?
dead bodies as you were told a while ago?
Qu'est-ce que c'était cette odeur?
What was it? What smell was this?
Response. At that time, I could smell the stench. I think the smell was identical to the smell from the decayed animal and dead animal, dead body, or the human corpses. They were the same.
C'était la même odeur.
L'Ankar,
Judge Lavergne,
c'est un nom, un mot
is
qui vous évoque
Ankar
quoi? Quel
a
souvenir
word
vous avez quand on parle de
that
l'Ankar?
raises any memories with you? What does it mean to you? What memories does it
Ou ça
arouse?
évoque plutôt la
Is it
peur?
something ordinary, or does it arouse fear within you?
ឬក៏ពាក្យអង្ការហ្នឹងកាលណាឮធ្វើឲ្យលោកមានការភ័យខ្លាចឬយ៉ាងម៉េច
Judge
Response. Usually the term Angka, so far as I know, is just the ordinary term used back then. I have not been afraid of using the term Angka because it has been widely used.
Et le mot
Judge Lavergne,
pitié,
ក្រុមល្វែង
and the
on
word
l'utilisait à
pity,
S21.
ថា
was that word ever
Est-ce que
used in
vous avez
S21?
souvenir
ធ្លាប់ប្រើពាក្យ
de prisonniers
Do you
qui
remember
ont pu
any
vous demander
prisoners
de les aider?
who asked you to help them?
ដែលសុំឲ្យលោកជួយ
Vous avez des souvenirs de cet ordre-là?
Do you have any such memories?
លោកនៅចាំអំពីហេតុការណ៍បែបនោះដែរឬទេ
Response. At S21, I had never heard the term pity. Never.
Et est-ce que vous avez le souvenir de
Judge Lavergne,
prisonniers
do you
qui vous ont
remember
demandé de
prisoners
l'aide,
who asked you for help?
qui vous ont demandé pourquoi est-ce que je suis détenu?
Who asked you, why am I detained?
ហេតុអ្វីបានជាគេឃុំខ្លួនខ្ញុំ
Est-ce que ça vous rappelle quelque chose?
Does this remind you of
Est-ce que vous avez
anything?
parlé aux prisonniers?
Did you
Ou est-ce que vous
speak
ne leur
to the
parliez pas?
prisoners or did you not speak to them at all?
ទៅអ្នកទោសឬក៏មិនដែលនិយាយទៅរកអ្នកទោសណាម្នាក់តលទៅសោះនោះ
Response. When detainees were arrested and detained in the cells, of course they asked me and the guard such question. Why were they arrested and detained? I just told them that I did not know anything. It was the Angka who arrested them and sent them here, and I was in charge of looking or just patrolling the location. That's all.
Et de l'aide.
Judge
Est-ce qu'ils
Lavergne,
vous ont demandé de l'aide?
did they ask you for help?
តើគេបានសុំ
Est-ce que lorsqu'ils souffraient,
When
vous
they were
demandez de l'aide?
suffering, did they ask you for help?
តើគេសុំឲ្យលោកជួយដែរឬទេ
Response. They did ask me for help, but I just told them that I could not help them. It was none of my business.
Alors, est-ce que ça,
Judge
c'est
Lavergne,
un travail ordinaire?
so that is ordinary work?
គឺជាការងារធម្មតាឬយ៉ាងម៉េច
Est-ce que c'est ni un bon ni un mauvais souvenir? C'est un
It is
souvenir
neither a
ordinaire
good
pour vous,
nor a
ça,
bad
monsieur?
memory.
មិន
It is
ថា
just
ជា
an
ការចងចាំ
ordinary
ល្អ
memory for you, is
ឬ
it?
មិនល្អទេឬក៏គ្រាន់តែលោកមិនចងចាំអំពីការងារនោះមែនឬទេ
Response. I partially remember the work. I cannot fully remember the details because many years have passed.
Et au cours de ce travail,
And in the course of this work,
de
ក្នុងអំឡុងពេល
prisonniers
ធ្វើការ
qui se
do
sont
you remember
suicidés.
any prisoners who committed suicide?
ម្នាក់ដែលប្រព្រឹត្តបានន័យថាធ្វើអត្តឃាតដែរឬទេ
Response. I don't know. I had never seen such incident.
Est-ce que vous en avez
Judge
entendu
Lavergne,
parler?
ចក្រមល្វែង
did you
Est-ce que
hear
vous avez
about
des
it?
consignes,
បានឮពីរឿង
éventuellement, pour éviter
Did
que les
you
détenus se
have
suicident?
any instructions destined to avoid detainees committing suicide?
ធ្វើយ៉ាងណាកុំឲ្យអ្នកទោសធ្វើអត្តឃាតឬក៏សម្លាប់ខ្លួនឯងដែរឬទេ
Response. It obviously true that we were instructed to be cautious of this matter.
Est-ce que vous avez
Judge
vu quelqu'un
Lavergne.
mourir à S21?
Did you see anyone die at S21?
អ្នកណាម្នាក់ស្លាប់នៅស21ដែរឬទេ
Response. No, I didn't, Your Honor.
Est-ce que vous avez
Judge
entendu
Lavergne,
parler de prisonnières qui auraient
did
pu
you
être
hear
maltraitées,
about
voire,
any female
violées?
prisoners who may have been maltreated or
Vous aviez
even
des consignes
raped?
à l'égard des
Did you
prisonnières?
have any instructions regarding female prisoners?
តកតងទៅនឹងការយាមអ្នកទោសស្ត្រីនោះ
Response. I was not in charge of guarding the female detainees, and I don't even know where they would have been detained.
Je repose ma question.
Judge
Est-ce que vous
Lavergne,
avez
I shall
entendu
put my question
parler
again.
de prisonnières
Did you
qui auraient
hear
été
about any prisoners, any female prisoners being raped?
ស្រីណាម្នាក់ត្រូវបានគេរំលោភ
Est-ce que vous en avez entendu parler?
Did you hear anything about it?
តើលោកបានឮពាក្យឬក៏អ្នកណានិយាយអំពីរឿងនឹងដែរឬទេ
Response. No, I didn't, Your Honor.
Alors, parlons un peu
Judge Lavergne.
de l'accusé.
Now, let us talk about the accused.
C'était vous un chef ordinaire
In your view, was he an ordinary leader?
តើលោកគិតថាគាត់ជាអ្នកមេដឹកនាំធម្មតាឬយ៉ាងម៉េច
Qu'est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire de Duc?
What can you tell us about Doik?
caractère.
What can you tell us about his character?
អំពីដូចថាតើបុគ្គលិកលក្ខណៈរបស់គាត់ដូចនេះ
Response. Having lived and worked with him, I think he's led the work ordinarily, and he did not force us to do anything.
Ça veut dire quoi?
Judge Lavergne, what does that mean? What does what you have just told us mean?
អ្វីដែលលោកប្រាប់យើងនឹងតើមានន័យដូចនេះថាធម្មតានោះ
Response. It was ordinary because we were assigned the same old tasks, and that we follow the orders on a regular basis without any problem.
Lorsque vous avez
Judge
été
Lavergne,
entendu sur Fox par les
when
enquêteurs,
you were interviewed by the investigators, and I'm referring to document number D78/10, pages 3 and 4 of the French, the following question is put to you.
connaissiez-vous Duc?
For how long have you known Doik? What is he like? And you said this.
ដូចជាមនុស្សបែបម៉េចហើយ
Il
លោក
est
បាន
petit,
ឆ្លើយ
He is small,
គាត់ជាមនុស្ស
chaleureux,
តូច
he's warm,
mais
គាត់
strict.
មាន
but strict.
កក់ក្ដៅនឹងការងារប៉ុន្តែមើងម៉ាត់ណាស់
Je le connaissais depuis que j'ai été affecté à
I knew
l'unité des
him
gardes à
from
S21.
when I was assigned to be a guard in S21.
Je suis entré une fois chez Duc
I went once
alors que
to
j'ai amené
Doik's
des prisonniers
when I took
capables
prisoners
d'enregistrer des documents à sa maison.
who were able to record documents at his home.
នឹងកត់ត្រា
Sa maison se trouvait devant
His
le
home
portail d'entrée à
was in
l'attraction
front of the
sud-est.
entry gate at the
Duc
to the
a
southeast.
alors discuté avec moi.
Doik
Il
spoke
m'a
with me
demandé
and
de bien
asked
garder les
me
prisonniers
to keep the prisoners,
bons en
to guard
enregistrement
the
des
good
documents.
prisoners, or the prisoners who were good at registering documents.
ឲ្យយាមអ្នក
Duc
ទោសដែលមាន
était le directeur de
Doik
S21
was the director of
chargé de
S21,
documents relatifs
and he was responsible for documents pertaining to confessions.
par exemple celui de
He
l'exécution.
kept orders in general, for example, with regard to executions.
Donc aujourd'hui, vous nous dites
End of
quoi? Vous
quote.
dites toujours
So what
que
are you telling us
c'était
today?
quelqu'un
Are you
de
telling us
chaleureux,
that he was a warm but strict person still?
quelqu'un d'ordinaire,
Was he an ordinary man?
Response. It is correct as what I already stated in that quote Your Honor just read out.
Judge Lavergne,
vous avez passé pratiquement
you spent
4 ans.
practically 4 years in S21,
Pour vous, ce
didn't you?
sont des souvenirs plutôt
Would you say that these memories are painful
ordinaires,
or
ni bons
that they
ni
are
mauvais?
ordinary, that is neither good nor bad?
Response. I had been in S21 from 1975 until the Liberation Day of the 7th of January. I had been suffering, of course, from the time I spent there, but I had no choice. I could not flee. And I just had to be patient, and I did not even realize that the regime had exterminated a large scale of population, and I just did my best to survive.
Donc, si j'essaie
Judge
de résumer,
Lavergne.
Monsieur Cox,
So let me try to
si vous
summarize.
avez des mauvais souvenirs,
If you have any bad memories, it is because
personnellement,
you personally suffered. Is
ou
that
est-ce que vous
correct?
avez aussi des mauvais souvenirs parce
Or
que
do you also have bad
souffert
memories
après 21?
because other people suffered in S21?
Ou bien est-ce que cette souffrance est trop ordinaire?
Or is this suffering too ordinary?
Response. The suffering endured at S21 was tremendous because we had to work hard. Every one of us suffered, and we had no choice. We could not escape, and we had to work. Only times would tell.
Mais Monsieur Coxroy, ça sera ma dernière
Judge
question.
Lavergne, this would be my last question,
souffrances
Mr.
endurées
Coxroy.
Les plus dures,
The hardest
vous?
suffering,
pour le personnel,
was it
C'était
you
pour les
who
prisonniers.
suffered? Was it the staff that suffered, or was it the prisoners?
Response. The detainees suffered more than the staff members at S21.
Bien, je n'ai pas d'autres questions, Monsieur le Président.
Very well. I have no further questions, Mr. President, says Judge Lavergne.
The President, it is a convenient time now to take an adjournment. We will adjourn for 17 minutes and resume afterward. The court official is now instructed to take Koksra to the waiting room and return him to the courtroom a quarter to 11, by a quarter to 11 a.m.
11h moins le quart.
Dear President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. We will continue to hear the testimony of the witness Suth Thi. Before the break, the international co-prosecutor put a question to the chamber for clarification to the witness regarding the total number of children which he observed during his work as a record keeper at the S21 security office in Phnom Penh. The chamber also took note of the uncertainty that you have said because you yourself did not involved directly with the children as they only came along with their parents. And you talk about hundreds. So can you verify whether they were in the total number of 100, more than 100, 100 or less than 100? When you talk about more than 100, it could be less than 200. However, when you said several hundreds, it could be 300, 400, 500. So can you provide a clearer response to this question? How many in total? Response. For the children, according to my observation, though I am not certain, it could be more than 100, up to 200 the most. The President, Mr. Co-Prosecutor, so now you clearly hear it's between 100 to 200. The Vietnamese prisoners of war who were arrested and brought to the center, did you know the total number? Or were they in the total of 100, less than 100, or under 200, or under 300? We don't want a clear total number if you don't have it, because it's been happening so long already. So can you please provide your estimate on the total number? Response. From my recollection, although it is not clear, I think the total number was less than 100 for the Vietnamese prisoners of war. Question, what about the Vietnamese civilians? What is the total number? Response, I am also not clear. It is my estimate. The number could be 100 or a little bit over 100. Question. Regarding the working hours, when you worked on the list and making the list of the incoming prisoners or the outgoing prisoners, now at this time let me talk about the list for the incoming prisoners who were arrested from outside and brought to the center by the special force. When did you start working? What is your working hours? Response. Working with the list of the incoming prisoners, the working hours varied. I was asked to be on alert 24 hours a day because the prisoners came at various times, sometimes in the morning, at noon, in the evening, sometimes at 12 midnight, sometimes at 4 a.m. in the morning. Question. So you had to be on standby 24 hours per day, and you started working once the prisoners were sent without any delay. Is this correct? Response. Yes, that is correct. Question. While you were working there, did you ever witness the arrival of those who were arrested en masse, who were sent at one time or in one day? Did you ever witness that? Response. For the prisoners who were sent, usually the number could be 4, 10, 20, or 30 the most. However, toward the late 1978, they were sent en masse. Sometimes there could be more than 100 of them, but not on many occasions that they were sent. They were usually sent from the northwest zone on a few occasions. As I said earlier, the regular number ranged from 1 person to 20. Question. Did you ever experience the sending to S21 of the prisoners in large number? And did the special force drive the vehicles that transported the prisoners directly into and inside the S21 compound as they were in large number? Because we have heard that when they were brought in smaller number, they would be walked from outside into the main entrance of S21. But in large scales, they would be transported into the vehicle by the special force inside the compound. Did you ever witness that? Response. Yes, there were cases like that. Question. If so, what was the process of processing those prisoners, and how was the photographer processed those prisoners? Response. Toward the end, when they were brought in en masse, the prisoners were not brought into the location where they would be photographed. They were put into the detention facility, and I went to that location to make the list there directly. I only recorded their names onto the list. The President, you can continue. Response. However, regarding the photograph, I'm not sure. Maybe Ho would assign a photographer to photograph those before they were entered into the rooms. And that only happened toward late 1978. The President, We talked about the time when the prisoners were sent in large scale, and when you had to make a brief biography of each prisoner, and usually you would write the brief biography straight away, and then you would hand over the prisoners to the guards, and the guards would send them to the detention rooms or the individual cells. And in such cases, when the prisoners were brought in large scale, did the guard take those prisoners to be put into the common rooms or in the individual cells and shackle them first before you went to the rooms or the cells in order to register their names on the list? Or how was it done? Were they detained in the rooms first, and then the list was made later? Or the list was made at the same time as they were brought in, and later on they were handed over to the guards for them to take to the detention rooms? Response. Let me clarify the process of the incoming prisoners. Once they arrived at my location, I registered their biography, and the guards would, on their own, take them to the detention rooms or cells. And for us, when we went to those rooms, we did not go and make the list. We only get from the guards which prisoners were put in which rooms or cells. The President. So when the prisoners were brought en masse, then the operations were the same, that is, to extract their brief biographies, and later on they were handed over to the guards, so the guards could take them to be detained in the rooms or cells. Also, the common process would be when you would go and inquire from the guards which rooms the prisoners were brought in, so you would register the room numbers or the cells numbers onto the list. Is that correct? Do you understand the question? Response, yes, I do. In principle, the prisoners, once they were brought in, they would be questioned for their brief biography, and later on the guards would take them to be detained into the rooms or cells. And later on, when we went into the rooms, we did not ask for any further biography. We only asked the guards for the room numbers for those prisoners, so that we would ask the room numbers and the building, and that information would be kept at my location, at my office, and not to be sent to the upper echelon, because then when they would come to me to inquire about the prisoner, then I can tell them which room or which building they were detained. Question. In the detention facilities, that is the common rooms and the individual cells, were the number clearly displayed for those individual cells and the common rooms? Were any codes used? So if codes were not used, what was the process? Response. In the detention rooms, they always have numbers, including the numbers for the individual cells. Also, the building had a number. However, these numbers are for my own use in my section in order to facilitate the interrogation section, so that they could ask the guards to bring them in. But the reports which were sent to the upper echelon did not contain the room or the cell numbers. Questioned. Through your observation, when the prisoners were brought in, as you said, they were brought in by the special force. And to talk about the guards, after the prisoners were asked for their biographies and were photographed, then those guards would take them to the common rooms or to the individual cells. Were they taken by the guards unit or by that same special unit? Response. The prisoners who were brought in by the special unit, they were brought inside the compound. However, once the prisoners were inside, then the prisoner would be handed over to the guard section to take them to the individual cells or rooms. Question: as you worked there directly, the prisoners who were handed over from the special force to the guard unit after their brief biographies and photographs were taken, and later on the guards took them to the common rooms and the individual cells. Were those prisoners still in their dress, or were the dress or clothes removed? Response. Let me clarify the previous question to make it clear. When you, regarding the special force who brought the prisoners inside the compound, then the guard section would tell them which rooms or which individual cells were vacant and available. Then the special force would take those prisoners into those vacant rooms or individual cells. Can you restate your second question, please? The President. So the special force duty was to deliver those prisoners inside the compound and hand it over to you to extract their brief biographies for each prisoner, and after that they will be photographed, and after that the special force still has the duty to take them to the detention room or individual cells, and only after that they will be handed over to the guards. Is this a fair assumption? Response: that is correct. The questions that I asked you previously, said the President, did you observe when the prisoners who were brought in and later on they were taken to be detained in the rooms, were they still in the same clothing? Or were the clothes removed? That is, the pants or long shirts removed and they only were allowed to wear shorts. Response. The prisoners who were brought into my location, the way they dressed were varied. Sometimes they only wore shorts. Some of them still wore pants, although I am not certain on this. Thank you, says the President. Let me talk about another stage. That is the interrogation phase. What was your task involved in relation to the interrogation group regarding the processing of the prisoners to be taken out for interrogation and brought in after the interrogation? Response. In relation to my involvement with the interrogation unit, was that the interrogation unit would give me the name. I only need the name, and the ministry because I already knew their position. Then I would indicate the room number or the building, and then the interrogation unit itself would go and take the prisoners for interrogation. And when the interrogation completed, they did not come to me. The prisoners would be brought into the rooms by the interrogation unit itself. Question. So, if they need it, they would come to you to get the serial, the number, the cell number, and the building number. Who actually annotated on the letter? Was it in writing? Who actually authorized for you to indicate the prisoners to be taken out for interrogation? Response. The names given to me by the interrogator, it was on a small piece of paper without any annotation. It was just the name and the position on a piece of paper.
Le numéro de l'endroit où se trouvaient les prisonniers.
Question. I would like you to reiterate again. You already said that the list of the incoming prisoners, once they were done, you would report. And whom did you report to, and what was his position? Response. Regarding the daily list of the incoming prisoners, I made a daily report at 7 a.m. It had to be finished by that time. And after I completed the list, I gave the list to Ho for his signature. After he signed it, I would then take the list to give to Main, who was in charge of the interrogation unit, which was the S21A unit. Question. During the administering of prisoners at S21, were there cases where prisoners were relocated from the common rooms to the individual cells, or from the individual cells after interrogation to the common rooms? Did such cases exist? Response. The relocation of prisoners happened constantly according to the report made by the interrogation unit. Once the prisoner was interrogated, and if the prisoner was from the common room, then that prisoner would be taken into the individual cell to separate the person from those held in the common room. And that was reported to Ho, and from Ho I knew, and then I would make the adjustment on the list. That is the change from the common room to the individual cell.
Sur la liste le fait que la personne était passée de la cellule collective à la cellule individuelle.
Question. Did you ever experience an incident where you made a prisoner and that prisoner died? Did you ever witness such cases? Response.
ont été témoins de
For the prisoners who died in the rooms, I did not witness it personally. I only saw the report made by the medical personnel, because in each building there was a standby medic. And if a prisoner was sick, then the medic would report to Ho, and also a medic would report if a prisoner died. So, from the report from the medic which was sent to Ho, I would take that one and make the adjustment on the list that I had.
suite à ce rapport transmis.
Question. So for the prisoners who died due to sickness or insufficient food, you would also make a list. That is, to remove them from the list according to the reports that you received, but you personally did not go and witness it, as it was the responsibility of the medical unit, and then the guard unit would report to Ho, and Ho would give the report to you. Is this a fair assumption?
Un rapport qui vous était transmis et ensuite
Response. That is correct.
une liste et vous transmettiez la liste à Ho. C'est exact? Réponse, oui, c'est exact.
Question. Did you know if at S21 an incident such as the drawing of blood from the prisoners occurred according to the needs of the hospitals? Did you hear or did you know about the drawing of the blood of the prisoners?
Vous avez connaissance du fait que du sang était
Response. Regarding the prisoners whose blood was drawn, I did not witness it personally, but I knew it as Ho asked me to record the list of the prisoners whose blood was drawn into the list of prisoners to be smashed. Question. What did Ho order you so that you knew about the blood, the drawing of blood, and that the names of those has to be included into the list of prisoners to be smashed? What was the process from the start to the beginning regarding this section? Response. Regarding the drawing of blood, the medical unit made a request to Ho, and Ho subsequently made a request to Dutch, because any removal of any prisoner had to be authorized from Dutch. So the drawing of blood, I personally did not witness it, but for any prisoner whose blood was drawn, that prisoner would die. Later, Ho would receive the report from the medical unit indicating the names that they requested from Ho, and later on I would verify the list against my list. And that's all.
par rapport à la liste dont je disposais.
The President. Were you told by Ho to prepare any list in advance? For example, the list of A, B, C who were expected to have their blood drawn, because normally, as what we heard, the practice was that the blood would have been drained from any detainee until the dying. So, who or were you assigned to prepare such lists? I mean the list of detainees to be taken to have their blood drawn, and that later on their names would be included in the list of people to be smashed? Or were the people who registered in the list of the people to have their blood drawn already considered as people in the list of the people to be smashed? Or can you tell the court precisely what were you supposed to do according to the orders from Ho regarding the to be taken the blood detainees? Response. After any detainee's blood was drawn, then the report would be sent to Ho. The President, so what about your list? How could you have these names registered? Please wait until you see the red light before you can respond. Otherwise, your message cannot be communicated. Please answer again. Response. Regarding the to smash list, after a detainee was taken blood, then the next day there would be a report to Ho. Then Ho would take the names of the people whose blood was drawn to be included in the list of people to be smashed. However, I'm not quite sure about this, whether the people whose blood was drawn had to be included in the to be smashed list or not. The President, to the best of your recollection, when the detainees whose blood was drawn and then their names included in the list of people to be smashed, how many of them were they? I mean, how many people were taken to have their blood drawn? Just give us an approximate figure. Response. I'm not quite sure, but approximately there would have been 2 times when prisoners were taken to have their blood drawn, and in each occasion there would have been only like 4 to 10 people at a time. So altogether, maybe there were only about 20 people who were taken to have their blood drawn. The President, where were the places, or where was the place in which the detainees would have their blood drained or drawn? Response. It was not inside the prison compound. The medic would take them to the outside location, and I was not in the position to know where it would have been taking place. The President, so if you was not involved in knowing where these detainees would be taken to, how could you tell the guards or the people who were to take those detainees to have their blood drawn, or which room did they know the detainees would have been detained, and the people who were to be taken away to have their blood drawn? So please tell us more about this. Response. To clarify this, for the detainees who were taken by the medic to have their blood drawn, actually before such practice could take place, there was a request made to Hall, and before the detainees were taken out, I would be informed or asked to identify the location of the detainees because it was part of my job. The President, you had known this because you were involved in the register of the detainees, and to your best memory, were all the detainees who were detained at S21 interrogated, or were there any exceptions? Exceptions here mean people would not be interrogated at all. Response. I think I'm not quite sure whether all the detainees were subjected to be interrogated or there were exceptions or not. The President. Now let's talk about the outgoing list of detainees. In preparing the list for detainees to be taken out from the prison, could you tell the court of the process? Response. After Hall received the list, the full list from Dutch, who already annotated on those lists, then Hall would give the list to me to verify the numbers, the names, especially who would be taken away to be smashed and who would remain at the premises. And after that, I have to register in the list by identifying the building they belong to in order to facilitate the guards to take them out. And after registering the room numbers and the building number, then I would give the list back to Hall, who later on assigned his men to take the prisoners out. At the beginning, prisoners would not be taken to the outside of the compound. They would only be unlocked and then taken to the outside next to their room. And then I had to verify their names and roles, so on and so forth. And that I was well informed and warned that if I made any mistake with the names of the detainee, then I would be accountable for the wrongdoing. I was warned by Hall, and I had to make sure that the information was precise, so I had to double check it before I gave the list to Hall, and that's the time when my duty ended. The President, when you said that detainees would be taken out to be executed, then their list should be readjusted and that there would have been annotation from Dutch to Hall, who later on sent the list to you to verify them, and that you helped facilitate this process to verify the names because you would like to make sure that it would be easy for Hall to assign his men to take them out. And you said detainees were taken out of the room, and were they taken to the door, the gateway, at the entrance to S21, or were they just taken out from their rooms or respective rooms, and while their names were being verified? Response. They were put at the entrance or the gate, the access to the prison compound, while their names were finally verified. The President, did you have to do that in general as a principal, or did it only happen when there were en masse sending out of detainees to be executed, and that while there were fewer detainees to be sent out, that you did not have to do that? Can you please elaborate further on this? Response. Regardless of any number of detainees to be taken out, the process would be identical, because I had no time to inspect inside the prison cells, because these detainees had to be taken to the gate, the entrance, and so I had to follow the same routine with fewer or more detainees. President, when trucks would be coming to pick them up, were the trucks parked outside the compound, or were they allowed to come into the complex to pick those detainees before they could be loaded to be executed? Response. Detainees would be loaded on the trucks which parked outside, and after the final names were verified, then the truck would leave or take off, and the door, the gate door would be locked, and the trucks were not allowed to come in. The President, so at that time, the front gate was locked. Is that correct? And that only a small path would be allowed for anyone to access to that location, in order to make it easy for you and for other people to verify the names of the detainee to be sent to be executed? Response. That is correct, because the door would be partially opened to make sure that only one detainee would be walking out at a time to that track. The President, could you try to recollect the time when there were fewer detainees being taken away to be executed and executed at the nearby location next to the compound of S21? Were there the same practices or routines like those when detainees would be taken away to be executed at Cheung Aek? Please, can you tell the court about this? Response. When detainees were taken to be executed just in the neighborhood of the S21, the operation would be the same. The difference is that when there were more people to be executed at Cheung Aek, then there would be involved with trucks, and that's all. The President, so when detainees had to be smashed at the nearby location at S21, were they also transported by trucks or were they walked to be executed? Response: I don't remember quite well because I was not involved in how people would be taken away, because I only paid great attention to my task to verify their names, although I knew that trucks would be parking outside. But when it comes to detainees who were killed in the neighborhood, I didn't know for sure. Response: the reason I asked this question because in the case file there are documents and there is information concerning the individual detainees who would be taken away to be smashed in that nearby compound. But then in the early 1980, the mass graves were exhumed, and several mass graves were exhumed, and according to the records, there were, in some mass graves, there were 28 bodies, and at least 16 bodies were buried in each mass grave. That's why we asked this question regarding the execution and how execution was carried out when it involved fewer people and more people. For example, whether detainees would be taken all together at once and that they were sent out from the vicinity, and that the door would be locked and that the list would be finalized, or would there be a kind of process in which one detainee at a time would be taken out and that the list would be finally verified, and this process could take time, for example, like hours. That's why it is important to know about this, and we want to seek further clarification from you. So to your best recollection, can you tell the court whether you can remember it? Response: in general, I think in short, I don't remember quite well, because normally after the final the list was finally verified, and they would be loaded on the trucks and they would not be walked. The President: were you supposed to actually also make another list after execution was already carried out? Response: after any detainee was taken out and after the final list verified, the list would have been sent to Ho, who sent to the guards, including Hoi, Peng, who were holding the list after all. And after the detainees were executed, then Ho would grab the list, and that I would verify the list against the detainees who were still in the prison and those who were already smashed. The President: so this process applied to both en masse execution and small execution. Is that correct? Response. That is, it's correct, Your Honor. The President. Were you trained or instructed, and from whom, regarding your daily operation at the location? Response. How the lists were prepared were instructed by Ho, so whatever Ho would like me to do, then I would just follow his orders. The President. What about the important detainees or foreigners? You said earlier that when they were initially sent to be detained at S21, that those prisoners would not pass you because they were sent to the special prison. So when they were taken to be executed, were you also involved in their registration? Response. Regarding the important detainees, it is true that they did not go through me because Deutsch already was quite aware of that those important detainees and big people, and they had to execute these kind of operation themselves without having to bother me. The President. Those who were in charge of executing the important prisoners or detainees and Western detainees, were they supposed to send the lists of the people who had been smashed to you to keep a good record? Response. Normally, the important prisoners at the special prisons outside of S21 and within S21, if they were smashed, I was not well informed. But then Ho would bring in the list of those people so that I could have them included and reported to the superior. President. Normally, in the lists of prisoners to be smashed, in which you said the accused would annotate on such lists. So, how could you know that these particular names had to be smashed? How did you learn from the annotation by Deutsch that you knew that the persons had to be smashed? Response. Only Deutsch had the authority to annotate anyone to be smashed. And they used the code name like in Khmer, Kom Kom, which could be translated as smash. The President. Now let's talk about the list of the people who had been smashed, and that you would be given the list to make sure that their names recorded and that the numbers of people smashed would be well recorded. Can you tell the court about this process again? Response regarding the to smash list. As I already said, and so far as I remember, sorry, Mr. President, could you please repeat your question? The President, according to your recollection, you said that there were lists of people to be taken out and people to be sent in, and that people who were smashed, the names of them would be sent to you by Hall with the annotations of Dutch. And you said that those annotations consist of the terms kam in Khmer, which means smash, and that you would be given such lists so that you could have them recorded in the record or archive to identify how many people would have been smashed. And you said that you was warned that if you had made any mistake regarding the people to be taken away to be smashed, for example, like any detainee who would not yet be ready to be smashed, taken away to be smashed, and that you made a mistake to list their name in too premature, then you would be punished, and that you had to work harder to verify those lists, and that the detainees would be taken to the gate, and that you all, after finalizing the list and names, the detainees would be loaded on the trucks, and that another list would be given to the people who accompanied the detainees to the killing sites. And later on, after they were executed, the list would be given back to you to make sure that you can compile a common to be smashed detainees or names, and that after all the names would be put into the report, and that the report would be sent to the superior. The question is, what kind of information was needed in that kind of list, the list of detainees who had already been smashed and that you had to send to the superior?
Response regarding the list of the prisoners who had been smashed already. Next day, I would have to report at 7 a.m. and the list was called smashing list on. Then a date would be inserted, and then the names of those who had been smashed in their positions would be recorded onto that list, a smashing list, and then the particular date. Question. In your response, you said the children were not registered in the list. The question is, from your observation, the children who were taken along with their parents, what happened to them? Where were the children taken to? Response. The children who came along with the parents, they were not yet separated at my office, but once the parents were detained in the rooms, then the children would be separated. And once the children enter the prisons, they would not survive. All of them would be killed. Question: from your recollection during the time that you worked, were there any cases where prisoners were released? Response: from my recollection, the prisoners who were detained at Tulslai, and during the time that I worked there, none of the prisoners was released. This is my observation and understanding. Question: did you ever know or receive any information regarding an incident where a prisoner or prisoners successfully escaped from S21 compound? Response: I knew of an incident where prisoners escaped from S21 prison, and that prisoner was a former S21 staff. Later on, both the platoon and the companies in the guard unit were arrested. Question: did the prisoner successfully escape, or he was rearrested later on? Response: the prisoner successfully escaped. Question: the prisoner who escaped successfully, and regarding the making of the list, which is part of your job, did you make any list for prisoners who successfully escaped? Response: for the prisoners who successfully escaped, whatever happened involving a prisoner, I had to report it as instructed by Ho in order to report it to the interrogation unit. For example, if a prisoner successfully escaped, I would write successfully escaped, and if a prisoner was sick, I would also put it into the list. Also, I had to write it for the prisoner who died, and I would have to make a daily report on the conditions or status of the prisoners. Question: you said that because of an incident where a prisoner successfully escaped, and it led to the arrest of the S21 staff in large number. Is this what you said, or did I misunderstand you? Response: from what I knew, there were a huge number of arrests after a prisoner successfully escaped. Question: so after a prisoner successfully escaped, then the cadres and the staff of S21 were arrested and detained and later on smashed. Is this correct? Response: that is true, especially those who worked in the platoon or in the company, and also the guard unit, whose task was to guard that building. They were all arrested. Question: when you talk about a company or a unit of 100 and a platoon or a unit of 50, what do you mean by that? How many people in each respective unit? Response: the unit of 100 is the company, and the unit of 50 is the platoon. And in the platoon, there were 50. In the company, there would be 100. Questioned. In the event of the arrest of the staff and cadres of S21, regarding your duty as administering the list, did you process them in the same way as you process other prisoners, or was it a special circumstance?
Y a-t-il une procédure qui était identique pour les personnes des 21 par rapport
Response. Could you please ask me again? Questioned. You talked about the arrest of staff and cadres at S21, including the platoon and the company and some members of the guard unit. And you said the arrest occurred after one prisoner successfully escaped from the S21 security office. And my question to you is, your duty in processing and preparing the list for those people who were former staff and cadres of S21, was the process the same as the process which you practice for other prisoners? Response. Regarding the arrest of the cadres and staff of S21 office, I was not allowed to know. Ho, under the order of Dutch, was ordered to conduct those arrests, and I had no authority to do anything with this. Ho gave the names to me to extract those names from the list and to make a report to send to the upper echelon. Question. So, this meant you never have the opportunity to question or to make any brief biography of the former S21 staff or cadres who were arrested. The arrests were made confidentially, and the documents did not go through you, and only after the arrests were made, then the list was sent to you in order to include those names into the prisoners list to be sent as a report to the upper echelon. Is this a fair assumption? Response. That is correct. Questioned. What happened when the former staff and cadres of S21 were to be interrogated? What was the process and your involvement? Response. Regarding the interrogation of the former S21 staff and cadres, the interrogation unit knew and recognized them. So there was no process involving me at all. Question. Did you know, in regard to the S21 staff and cadres who were arrested, the process of selecting the targets of the staff who later became the prisoners, how was the target made? For example, how were they processed for interrogation? Did you know that? Response. I did not know any operations regarding the arrest or the interrogation of the S21 staff. It was conducted secretly, and I was not allowed to know. Response. So you talk about the interrogation unit who covered the former S21 staff and cadres, when they were taken for interrogation and when they were taken back into the rooms, how were they covered? What do you mean by that? Response. Once, when they were walked by the guards, they used cloth to cover their face and bodies, so we would not recognize them. Response. And what happened after they were interrogated and they had to be returned to the room? Response. After being interrogated, the process was the same. Question. According to your knowledge, as you worked there and as you administered the list, and in respect of the S21 staff and cadres who were arrested, including those working at S21D or Presor, were they arrested and sent for detention at S21 location in Phnom Penh in the same way as those S21 staff who were arrested and detained at the S21 office in Phnom Penh? Response. Regarding the arrest and the detention, the process was the same, including those who were arrested at the S24 and for those who were in the guard unit. Although I cannot recall it clearly, it's been so many years already. The S21 staff who were arrested at S21, they were put under the column of the general staff because S21 was under the supervision of the general staff. So the S21 staff would be written under the column of the general staff. Question. According to your knowledge, how many of them were arrested? And regarding the list which is already in the case file, and the chamber will examine those lists in the case file. But the questioning now is verbal based on your recollection in order to verify against the list which is already in the case file and the information from various testimonies of other witnesses. So can you provide your estimate? Response. From what I knew, even if it's not certain, the total number would be more than 100 and up to 200. Question. The staff and cadres of S21, including those at Presor, their arrest and detention were done. Were there any releases of those after they were arrested? Or were they treated the same way as the ordinary prisoners? It means they would be smashed in the end? Response. The treatment at Tuol Sleng prison and the arrest of the S21 staff, once they were arrested, they would be killed. There was no release. They would be treated like the ordinary prisoners. Question. You left the S21 office. What day did you leave? Response. I left S21 office after I heard the gunfire. So I came out to inquire and I left on that day. Question. So when you heard the gunfires, including the sounds of the armored tanks, is this correct? Response. That is correct. Question. So it meant you left on the 7th of January 1979, and if so, at what time? Response. It's around 10 or 11, I'm not really sure. Question. When you left, can you try to recall whether the people at S21 and who left with you, how many types of people who left together? Were there any prisoners who survived and who also left at the same time as you were leaving with the other group of the S21 staff? Response. Regarding leaving the S21 office on the 7th January 79, prisoners were also leaving at the same time. However, those prisoners were those who worked or who provided the service at S21. They left together with us. Question. So it means during the time, during that time, certain prisoners were allowed not to be detained or chained in the detention room or in the individual cells, and instead they were asked to provide certain services to the office. The question is, for those who were allowed to work outside, what happens to their names in the list that you administered? Response. In the list, they would be marked prisoners working outside. Question. What about the reports to the upper echelon in respect of the prisoners who were allowed to work outside without being detained or chained in either the common room or the individual cell? In your monthly report or common report to be sent to the upper echelon, what information did you include in that list regarding this matter? Response. For the prisoners who were allowed to work outside, in the daily list that I sent, they only include the names of the incoming prisoners. However, and also their names were not registered in the common report. The President. Thank you, Mr. Suthi, for your effort in responding through the questions. However, because now it's time for the adjournment, and that you still have to provide your testimony tomorrow morning before this chamber, we will take an adjournment now. And the chamber requires you to provide your testimony again tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. So please be here tomorrow morning. And the chamber is now adjourned, and it will resume tomorrow morning. Court officer, can you facilitate with Visu to make necessary arrangement for the witness to return to his residence or residing place and bring him back to the chamber tomorrow morning before 9 a.m. to continue the proceedings. Security guards, take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back to the chamber before 9 a.m. The hearing is now adjourned.
Et de le ramener dans cette salle pour 9 heures demain matin. L'audience est levée.
The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. We're going to hear the next witness. Court official is now instructed to bring in witness Suo Thi into the courtroom. The President, Mr. Witness, what is your name? Witness, I am Suo Thi. President, do you have any alias? Response, no, Your Honor, I don't have any other name. Question, how old are you? Response, I'm 58 years old. President, what is your occupation now? Response, I do farming. I'm a farmer. The President, according to the report of the greffiers, it indicates clearly that you have no blood relation with any parties to the proceeding today, and that you have taken an oath already. Is that correct? Response, that is correct, Your Honor. The President, Mr. Suo Thi, as a witness who is testifying before the trial chamber of the extraordinary chamber in the courts of Cambodia, you have the following rights and obligation. As a witness, you can choose not to respond to any questions that you believe or you are afraid that your testimony could self-incriminate you. So you have the right not to incriminate yourself. At the same time, while you are a witness, you have the obligation to talk only about the truth, nothing but the truth. And your testimony shall not be from your assumption or conclusion rather than what you witnessed. Do you understand what we have told you? Response: Yes, I do, Your Honor. President, Mr. Suo Thi, when did you join revolutionary movement? Response: after the coup d'etat staged by Lon Nol to topple down the king, the former Prince Norodom Sihanouk, and in 1971, late 1971, with the appeal of the former prince, I joined the army, and I was the local militia for the commune in Koh Kel. And later on, I was sent to work in a unit in the special zone near Phnom Penh. And I was promoted to be the combatant of a regiment. And I fought in the battles in the battlefield near Phnom Penh until 1973, when I was severely injured and was hospitalized for a few months. After I was discharged from the hospital, I was used as the medic for the battalion 112. And in 1974, because my injury was still severe, and I was sent to the regiment, Company 23 Correction. And Peng was actually the chief of that battalion. I was asked to register the list or the names of combatants who got injured during the battlefields, and that I had to report to the superior. And I prepared or made the lists in this battalion 112 until 1975. And after a few months, 2 months after the fall of Phnom Penh, I was reassigned to my unit, and I was the deputy chief of that unit. No, that team, correction. President, after the Liberation Day, after the 17th of April 1975 until the 7th of January 1979, what had you done, and in which units had you worked in? Response: after 1975 until 1979, first, after 2 months of, I was assigned to the unit, and in late 1975, I saw Ho in the battalion I worked in, and then Ho asked that I work with him in a PJ, a location near the central market. And first, I was not assigned any task. I was later on given the lists to prepare the list of detainees at that PJ prison or office. In late 1975, maybe early 1976, the location of the prison was changed to Tuol Slang, current location. And I worked in the guard unit, and Ho asked me to take hold of the prisoners' lists to grasp or to control how many detainees were being sent in and out, and also to summarize their biographies. And I had been dealing with this list until the day Phnom Penh was liberated. The President, you indicated that you administered the lists of the wounded combatants and ammunition during the wartime before 1975 and in the battlefields to liberate Phnom Penh from the Lon Nol's regime. And there was Hui. You mentioned, what was his full name? Response. He was Nun Hoi or Hoi Srai. He was the commander of the battalion. The President, you also stated that after the 17th of April 1975, although you said you was not quite sure, but after that time, Ho took you to work in a location which was the former PJ prison as the prison. Is that correct? Response. That is correct, Your Honor. President, can you tell the court about the full name of Ho, the Ho you mentioned at the PJ, and what was his role? What was his role back then? Response. I don't remember his full name, but actually he was the chief of regiment of the Division 703, and later on he worked at S21 as the deputy chairman of S21 or Tuol Slang. The President, when Ho took you to work at a prison, the former PJ location at the beginning, where was it located? If now, where would it be? Could you please give, for example, a landmark of importance to which you can link that location to that important location? For example, Central Market. Response. The PJ prison location is now located at the police headquarters in Phnom Penh. The President, is it to the south of Central Market? About 200 meters to the south of Central Market. Is it correct? Response. It's correct, Your Honor. It's to the south of the Central Market. The President, because currently this location is occupied by the police headquarters, but the police headquarters has been swept to the other side of the town because it's further from the TV tower. So make sure that we understand the location very clearly. So you did say that the PJ location was one located at the current location south to Central Market. The President, when you said the PJ location was used as the prison, so who was in charge as the chairperson at that location? Response. When I first came to work at that location, at the PJ location, I did not know whether it belonged to the S21, but it first originally belonged to Division 703, in which Brother Nad was the chairman, and Hui was the deputy chief of that PJ prison. The President, how long did you work at the PJ location before it is changed or moved to the S21 location or Phnom Penh Center back then? Response. I don't remember in full, but actually after 1 or 2 or maybe 3 months after I had to work at the PJ location before we were moved to the current S21 location. The President, during the initial few months at that compound before it was moved to the S21 location, had you ever known the accused, alias Dodge, back then? Response. I had never known him at the PJ prison. President, when did you start to get to know him, to know the accused? Response. I came to know him only when Tanat was removed and that Dodge was promoted to be the chairman of S21. The President, do you know what was the reason behind the removal of In Lon, alias Nad, from the position? So when Nad was removed, was S21 still located at the PJ location, or was it already moved to S21 or current Tuol Sleng prison compound? Response. Mr. President, could you please repeat your question? I may not understand it well. President, you said Nad was removed and that a new chairman was put to replace Nad. The question is that when such removal took place, Did it happen at the former location of the PJ prison, or did it happen only when the location was already moved to the current S21 or Tuol Slang prison location? Response. Tanat was replaced at the PJ location, not at the current location at S21. The President, so this means that when you started working at the PJ location or prison, you was under the supervision of Nat, and that a few months later, Nat was removed and Dodge was in place of that position, and later on, after Dodge was promoted, then the location was moved to the current location. Is that a fair assumption of what we understand from you? Response. That is true, and it's correct, Your Honor. The President, when Ho took you to work with him, you said you were asked to administer the prisoners' lists. The first question is, when you first arrived at the PJ location, was it a name already used, the PJ prison, or was there any other name to identify that location at the outset? Question number 2. What was you in charge back then at the very outset when you worked at the PJ location? Response. At the PJ location, it was known as the 703 Division Prison. And at the beginning, I was asked to prepare the lists of the detainees who were brought in on a daily basis. The President, had you ever heard Dam Peng prison? Response. I did not pay attention to know that Dam Peng prison because I worked at that location. I did not move about, and I was only put to administer the prisoners' lists. That's all. The President, could you please tell the court about the work you had done in relation to the administering of the lists of detainees from the time when you worked at the Division 703 prison until you were about to be moved to the S21. Just tell us about those kind of work before S21. Response. When I was made to keep the lists of detainees, my task was to register their brief biography of any detainees who was being brought in. I was asked to only record their names of the parents and where they were from, and I had to report on a regular basis to the chief of the division, and at that time Ming was put in charge, and I had to report to him every day. The President, when detainees were arrested and detained at 703 Division Prison, and that you were in charge of keeping such lists of the detainees? Were there any photographs taken? Response: I don't remember having seen anyone being photographed. After their biographies were obtained, detainees would be detained. At that location, the 703 Division Prison, there were very few detainees, and the list was drawn or made without having any detainee or having any detainees photograph be taken. The President, you said that there were only few detainees while you had been working at that PJ location. So can you give us approximate figures of detainees who had been detained and sent into that prison? Response: the work at Division 703 was based on the list prepared earlier. I had to only input new entry, which was very few. I mean, the new entry regarding the new detainees, there were very few of them. The President, so you said there were very few. Here, referring to the numbers of detainees who were asked by your superior to actually that you put into the list. But in conclusion, can you give us approximate figures of all the detainees, including those that you had not prepared their lists? Response: the detainees who had already been arrested on top of what I have had registered, I think there was approximately 100 people only, more or less. The President, you was the list holder or documents holder. Did you know that among the 100 or so detainees arrested and detained at Division 703 prison, where were they sent from? What kinds of people were they? Were they the former combatants, former colonial soldiers, or were they the officials from Lonol's regime? Response: at 703 Division Prison, there were not any internal detainees yet. They were the workers, officials, workers of the factories. And but there were no people arrested inside the party's rank yet. There were only the factory workers and the people of the 17th of April.
Question: did you know where those people were arrested? So where the 703 Division arrested those people, I mean the 100 or so people? Response: I did not know, because the arrests were carried out outside. Question: the 100 plus people who were detained at the 703 Division prison, as you said, After the prison was relocated from PJ to the Tulsline prison, which is currently known as the museum, the Tulsline Museum, were those prisoners, or where were those prisoners taken to? Response. After the 703 prison relocated to Tulsline, the prisoners were also brought from that location to Tulsline prison.
ont été emmenés de la prison de la PJ à la prison de Tuolsleng.
Question.
Question.
During the time that you work at that location, besides making the list of the incoming prisoners, did you also work on the list of the outgoing prisoners? Besides the remaining prisoners who were transferred to the S21 prison, which is now known as the Tulsline Genocidal Museum, at that particular time, were there any prisoners taken out? And did you work on the list of the outgoing prisoners as well as on the incoming prisoners?
Liste des prisonniers entrants comme sur les listes des prisonniers sortants.
Response. So when the prisoner was relocated from the 703 division to the Tulsline, all the prisoners from the old location were brought to the new location, and none of the prisoners was killed at that time. Question. During the times that you first worked at the PJ location, did you ever go to another prison to belong to 703 division, which was located at the psychiatric hospital in Tak Mau? Response. During the time that I worked at the 703 prison at the PJ, I never went to the Tak Mau prison, because in that Tak Mau prison there was already a person who administered the list. The President. Now let me talk about the times that you came to work and administer the list at the Santebal office or S21 office in Phnom Penh. And let me remind you that location is now known as the Genocidal Museum of Tulsline. When you first arrived at that location, what was your assignment and what was your role in carrying out your assignment? Response. After the 703 prison was relocated to Tulsline prison, and upon my arrival, I was still assigned to work on the list. That is the list of the incoming and outgoing prisoners. Another task that I was assigned to was to write and record biographies of the prisoners on a piece of paper before a photograph was attached to that biography. Also, I had to report constantly the total number of the daily incoming and outgoing prisoners to the S21A, where Main was in charge of the list of the prisoners in that location. Question. What was your unit called and how many people working there and who was the chief? Response. In my unit, it was called S21B, or in brief, it's the guard unit, and who was the chairman
L'unité
of that unit?
Ho était le responsable de cette unité.
The president. Ho was the deputy chairman, and he also was the general chief of the Guards unit. What about your team? Who was the chief, and how many people in that group?
De votre équipe, il y avait combien de personnes dans ce groupe et qui en étaient
Response.
responsables?
In the group of making list, it was only I who made the list, because the records were briefed to be written on the list, and there was only I who worked on the list.
J'étais la seule personne affectée à la rédaction des listes, à l'établissement des listes.
Question. What about the photography section? Which unit did it belong to? Was it separate or was it part of your unit?
Elle était distincte de votre unité.
Response. The photography unit
L'unité photographique
was part of the S21A unit
de l'unité S21A
under Main's supervision.
sous la supervision de May.
And Main was also a list maker at S21A.
Également les listes à S21A.
The president. Today it is new to us that we have heard the word S21A and S21B. So far we have only heard of M13A and M13B at Om Lang. And we have also heard that the S21 office located in Phnom Penh, and another one is called S24, or the re-education camp at Preso. And now you have said about S21A and S21B. For the S21A, who was in charge of the S21A office, and what was his role?
Et quel était le rôle de cette personne?
Response. The chief of the S21A office was Deutsch. He was an overall chairman in charge of all the units in S21A. However, to make it easy to understand, S21A is an interrogation unit, and the S21B was the guard unit, and the S21C was the rice fields unit, which was later on called the S24.
À savoir, ultérieurement appelé S24.
The president. So regarding the structure, S21, which is called the Security Office S21 or S21 Prison, was an overall office, and there were 3 subordinate offices under S21, i.e. S21A, the interrogation unit, and S21B, the guard unit or section, and then the S21C, which is the re-education office at Preso. Is this correct? Response. That is correct.
C'est exact? Réponse oui, c'est exact.
President, let me make it clear that we have to really work on the structure of S21 so that there shall be no misunderstanding. Because now you talk about the S21, A, B, C, and D. Were there any S21, C or D or S24 as you said?
Est-ce qu'il y a eu un
Response. From what I heard, there were only S21A, S21B, and S21D or S24. I did not hear of any S21C. The President, you said S21A was the interrogation section. Were there other sections under S21A? Response. Under S21A, there was the interrogation section, the economics section, the photography section, and the typist section. So there were like 4 sections under S21A. And what about S21B, says the President? How many units under S21B? Response. Under S21B, there was only the guard unit and also the kitchen, the cook's group was also under S21B. Questioned. What about the special unit? Did you ever hear of the special unit or the company? Response. The company, it was under the guard unit. Initially, the special unit was under the supervision of the 703 Division, and so when it was transferred over, it was still referred to as the special unit. Question. We want to know about the special unit, which was initially from the 703 Division. So, which unit of S21B was it integrated into? You said one special unit from the 703 Division was integrated into the S21. And you also talk about S21B, where the guard unit was in. And was a special force also in the S21B? Response. The special unit, while at the PJ prison, it was under the direct supervision of Nat, the chairman of the division. However, at Tulslang, the special unit was under the supervision of the guard unit, under the supervision of Ho. Questioned. What about the motor pool or the drivers? Which unit it belonged to? Response. For the motor pool, it was under the special unit. Let me add a bit further. The special unit initially was under the 703 Division, and messengers belonged into that unit. Later on, at Tulslang, so it was still called special unit under the supervision of Ho, under the guard section. Question. Are there any other units? And what about the medical unit? Where did it belong to? Response. The medical unit was also under the S21A, that is under the interrogation section. However, later on, after the previous medics were arrested, when the new ones arrived, then they were under the supervision of the GAT section of S21B. Question. What about those who worked in the kitchen, who cooked for the S21 staff and cadres? Which section or unit did it belong to, A, B, or D? Response. The cook for the cadres was under S21B, that is under the GAT section. And for those who cooked, but also under the economic unit, who also cooked for both for the cadres and for the prisoners. Question. Were the kitchens separate, those for the cadres and those for the prisoners? Response. It was a common kitchen for both S21A and S21B, that is for both the interrogation and the GAT sections. Question. You talk about the separate sections, the S21A, where the economic section was in, and they also provide food to the prisoners, and those cook in the S21B provided food to the cadres. Were those who work in the common kitchen but for different sections use the common equipments in the kitchen, common tools? Response. I am not clear on this matter because I did not go to the kitchen.
Réponse. Je ne me suis pas rendu à la cuisine, donc je ne peux pas vous répondre.
Question. What about the S21D? What was the clear structure of S21D and who was in charge? Response for the S21D. I was not familiar with its structure. However, the chief was Nun Hoi. He supervised the S21D. The President, let's talk about your task that you administered the list of incoming and outgoing prisoners at S21. First, let's focus on the location where you worked. Where did you work? Did you work within the S21 compound? Response. The GAT office where Ho worked was inside, and I also was assigned by Ho to work on the list inside the office, that is inside the prison compound. The President, court officer, can you project on the slides the document with the EIN number 00189137? Please use the projector, not the screen of the computer. The President, can you make a proper light adjustment on this? It looks a bit too bright. It's a bit too big now. Can you zoom out a bit? Yeah. That is fine now. Mr. Witness, can you look at this photo? The top part is the west, and to the right is the north, and to the bottom is the east, and your left is the south. And there are buildings photographed and marked with Latin letters, and there are 5 of them. From the east, the building on the left, on the far left, is building A, and then the north-south building is building B, and next to it, on the north, is building C, and further right, that's building D, and in front of it, in front of us, it's called building E. In French, it's E. And the location where you worked, which building where you worked amongst the 5 buildings here of the Tulsa Line prison? Response. It was in the building next to the entrance. Court officer, says the President, can you give the witness a pen so that he can indicate the location? That was the office where I worked towards the east. President, thank you. Court officer, you can remove the document from the projector now. Mr. Suthi, says the President, can you describe to the chamber so that we know the process of registering of on the incoming list and the outgoing list of S21? How was it done? You don't have to respond now. I noticed the presence of the civil party lawyer group 1. Mr. Werner, you may proceed.
I apologize for interrupting, Your Honor. I just would like the record to show that answering your previous question, the witness took a pen and actually indicated building E. And if it's not on the record, then that will not be known. Thank you.
The President, for the record, it was building E. It was to the front of building E, toward the east, where the witness worked. So it was from the middle of the building E towards the front, where Mr. Suthi worked. Mr. Suthi, can you describe to us the operation of working on the list? How the lists were processed for both the incoming prisoners and the outgoing prisoners? Response. When the prisoners were brought in by the special unit, The special unit brought the prisoners in from outside, and they were brought through the main entrance on the east. And once they were brought in, they were asked to sit, and then I would record their names one by one. It was a brief recording of the names, the positions, the parents' names, and the villages or the sub-districts. And after that, let me say, during the time when the prisoners were brought in, they were still in handcuffs and blindfold. And during the recording of their names, they were still in blindfold and they were still tied or cuffed. And after I took down their names, the prisoners would be taken to the photography location, which is not far from where I worked. It was just next. So actually I recorded their names outside the room, and they later on was brought into the room to be photographed. After they were photographed, then they would blindfold the prisoners, and then the guards would take those prisoners who were already photographed into the rooms or cells. And once they were brought into the rooms or cells, after I made their brief biography, I had to register which rooms they had to be detained in and in which building, in order to combine them into the list, so that which prisoners and how many of them were detained in which buildings and in which rooms, common rooms or individual cells, and that would facilitate the guards when they have to bring those prisoners for interrogation. So that is the operation of for the incoming prisoners. Regarding the outgoing prisoners, when there was an annotation from Deutsch, the list would be given to Ho, and Ho would send the list to me to extract the names and the room numbers and the buildings, so that the guards would be able to identify them and to take them out. And during the process, the prisoners had to be brought to the front of the main entrance, so that they would not be mistaken. Ho reminded me, if I made a mistake in identifying a prisoner, then I would be accused as a traitor or an enemy. So once they were brought to the front near the gate, then I would ask them again regarding their names and positions. And once it's finished, I would give the list back to Ho, so that Ho would assign the forces to take them out.
The President. So the lists of detainees that was prepared initially when any detainee was being sent into the S21, then the detainees who were sent by the special unit, they would be sent to you so that you can register their names before they would be taken for photograph. Is that correct? Response: it is correct, Your Honor. Question: when did they put the photos onto the biography of any detainee? Response. A biography would be attached to a photo gradually, because I was alone and I could not do it immediately, so we only process it gradually. President, after photographs were being taken, then detainees would be sent to the detention rooms, including the common room and the individual cells. And you said that at that moment you had to verify that the attendants, the detainees' names again, to make sure that you did not make a mistake in counting them. Is that correct? Response. In the process of taking the detainees into the detention room, then if the small rooms were vacant, they would then be fit in that rooms, except the small rooms downstairs were filled or occupied, then the later comers would be sent to upstairs. The President. So who notified you whether the rooms were vacant or not? And for example, who made a decision to put prisoner or detainee A or B into any particular room? Was you in charge to do so, or you were only assigned to record their names, and that after all the guards would be in charge to bring them to any respective cells or rooms, and that you only go there finally to verify the records of the names when they came and when they were being sent to the room, whether the names are consistent? Response. Detainees were taken to the detention facility or rooms by the guards, and I was not entitled to take them to their rooms. When the rooms were free for accommodating more detainees, then the guards would take them to those respective rooms. I was not in charge of doing so. The President, after that, you had to go to each room to verify the attendance. I mean, after the detainees were already sent to the common or individual cells. So what else did you do? Response. After I already verified the names of the detainees who were put into each room, I would come back to my workplace to retype the names so that we can have the final list and have it reported to the superior, and awaiting for the next assignment tomorrow. The President, you can please continue your testimony. I would like, says Mr. Suti, that I had to report to the superior, and that in the report there was no indication of smaller or bigger rooms. We only had the names of the detainee, and we did not list down even the titles No, correction. I reported the names of the detainees along with their roles and occupation, but I did not put in which room these particular detainees were detained. The President, during the time when you were asked to record the detainees, were all the detainees be registered and that their photographs be taken, or were there any exceptions that there was no biography taken and photographs were not taken either, or was it not a case? Response. Regarding the detainees who were being sent in, not all of them were sent straight to me, because the important detainees would be segregated and they were not put in to have their biographies taken, because they were then put into their special prisons, and only later that whole would come to me and bring in the names so that I can have them registered. The President, if Ho was the one in charge of bringing the names of those people who put in the special prison, how could their photographs be processed or taken? Response. Regarding the important detainees, I don't think I grasp hold of what happened to them regarding the photography or how they were being taken photograph, because it was the superior who would be entitled to understand this. The President, had you ever seen any children who came along or who were arrested along with their parents and sent to S21? If you had seen those children, were their names also registered in your list? Response. Children who were sent to Tuol Slang's office were seen coming along with their parents, and there was a list of the children. Their biographies were not processed or obtained. The President, were they taken photographs then? Response. I did not register their names in the list, but they were not taken photographs either. The President, so it is fair to say that children were not supposed to have their photos taken, and that their biography was not subjected to be taken either. Is that correct? Response. Yes, it is, Your Honor. The President, in your view, since you had worked close to the entrance of the detention facility, and from the very outset, when you started working at S21 until the 7th of January 1979, can you give us the approximate figures of those children who were sent along with their parents to their location? Response. I did not pay attention to the children because I had paid great attention to the detainees who was part of my job to register their names, but I could have some estimation of the figures, but I have heard from other people, and I think it would not be fair to give my assumption in this court anyway. The President, it is obvious that you did not register their names, you did not obtain their biographies, and that their photographs were not being taken. But the court is only interested to know if you can just give us the rough estimation of the figures of those children. Were there about 100 of them or less than that? Response. I think it's about hundreds of them. Says Suthi. The President, had you ever seen any foreign detainees, especially the Westerners, the white complexioned detainees, for example, people from Europe? So had you ever registered their names into your list? Response. I think Western detainees were not going through my location. They were sent to be detained straight at the special prison. The President, could you please proceed with your testimony? Suthi and Ho actually administered their names, and Ho would advise his subordinate to have their names registered on a daily basis. I was not in charge of them. The President, can you give me an estimate of the numbers of foreigners who were detained there? Response. I think my estimation can be wrong, but there were about 4 or 3 or 4 of them. The President, had you also registered any pregnant detainees into your list? Response. I did not pay good attention to any pregnant women. I think it has been a long time ago. Maybe there were some of them, or maybe there were not. The President, had you ever received Vietnamese prisoners of war or Vietnamese civilians during the time when there were armed conflicts between Cambodia and Vietnam? Response. During the conflicts, we had received both civilian and soldiers, the Vietnamese civilians and soldiers. President, how many Vietnamese prisoners of war and how many civilians, Vietnamese civilians, were sent to their location based on your best recollection? Response. I don't remember exactly how many soldiers and how many Vietnamese civilians were brought in. I would like to make it clear that at that time I worked my best to have their names registered, and I was alone on my own, and that's why I only focused on putting them into the list. The President, thank you. I think it is now convenient time for a break or adjournment. Then we now will resume. We'll take an adjournment for 15 minutes. And the court official is now instructed to make sure that the witness is taken to the waiting room and have a good rest. And we resume at 3 p.m. We note the co-prosecutor is on his feet. You take the floor.
A point of clarification, maybe it was a translation problem, and I would suggest Your Honours may put a question for that clarification. When Mr. President asked the question, how many children were detained, and Mr. President said, was it 100 or thereabouts, I could not get whether the witness said 100 or hundreds of them. I would most respectfully submit that that could be clarified.
ទៅសាកសីបញ្ជាក់ទៅលើចំនួនកូនក្មេងដែលគេឃុំនៅទីនោះ
សូមអញ្ជើញក្រោកចូល Regretfully, all rise. President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. We continue to hear the testimony of the witness Kuksro. Before I hand the floor to the co-prosecutors, the chamber would like to make an announcement regarding the decision and instructions as a result of our trial management meeting, and also in this response to the various requests. First, regarding the request for the time to question the witnesses. On the 22nd of July, the co-prosecutors raised questions to the accused regarding the time of the testimony of the witness. It is requested that this type of practice would scare the witnesses away. The chamber also noticed that the civil party lawyers group 3 said if the accused was to be questioned during the testimony of the accused, an extra time shall be given. Regarding these two requests, the chamber would like to provide instructions to all parties as follows. 1. There is no restriction on the questioning of the accused during the relevant time of the proceedings. The chamber will make decisions whether the questioning is allowed or not based on the actual situation. 2. All the civil parties can use all the times allocated for questioning to the witness and instead question the accused. However, there is no additional time granted for such questioning.
The civil party lawyers group 2 also requested to ask questions or the remaining questions to the accused, but as the lawyer did not have time to ask during the allocated time. The co-prosecutor supported this motion, but observed that if the chamber takes this stand, then the questions shall be divided verbally in order to save the time required for translation in the 3 languages.
d'intervention dans les 3 langues.
The defense counsels objected to this request with the reasons that this is a simple proceedings to gain additional time for the civil party lawyers to put questions. Decision: the chamber has a duty to ensure that the trial is both fair and expeditious. There is a constant need to review the time given to parties to put questions, while ensuring that the defense also has adequate time. The trial chamber will not introduce a practice that effectively extends the time for questioning allocated to any party, as this would distort the careful balancing of the time allocated to each party, including the defense.
Suffisamment de temps et un temps équilibré, y compris à la défense.
Decision on the request by the defense for a period of time equal to the time allocated to the prosecutors and the civil parties together for putting questions to the witnesses. The chamber has noted the defense application to be granted. After each witness testifies, a period of time equal to the total questioning time granted to the co-prosecutors and the civil party lawyers. Bearing in mind that the civil parties are allowed to put their questions with a view to supporting the prosecution, the chamber is aware that in order to preserve the rights of the defense, particularly the right to a fair trial that guarantees equality of aims, it may become necessary to accord more time to the defense than is set aside for it in the scheduling of the hearing. This notwithstanding, the chamber must also ensure that trial of the accused is conducted within a reasonable time, which justifies the view that for the proper administration of justice, a limited time should be allocated to each of the parties to take the floor during the proceedings, and that repetitive or irrelevant questions should be prohibited. The chamber notes that, in point of fact, the defense has so far not requested additional time, nor has the defense registered any particular concerns upon the conclusion of a testimony. On the contrary, the defense has most often signified that it has no further questions, even when the time allocated for it to put questions still runs. Accordingly, the chamber is of the opinion that In order to allow for realistic scheduling consistent with expeditious trial requirements, it is appropriate to maintain the time allocated for each party to take the floor, it being clear that should the Chamber consider it necessary, in light of the questions already put, the defense may apply to the Chamber for a further period of time to enable it to put all the questions it may consider necessary to ensure that its rights are preserved. In such case, the Chamber will rule on a case-by-case basis. The Chamber decides to maintain the period of time currently allocated to the defense, it being clear that the defense may, on a case-by-case basis, and in light of what transpires in the proceedings, request a further period of time to put the questions that it considers necessary for the preservation of its rights. These are the instructions and decisions regarding the motions and observations put forward by the parties during the last hearing on last Wednesday. I would like now to give the floor to the co-prosecutors to put questions to this witness regarding the facts being processed before the Chamber. The co-prosecutors have 15 minutes in total. The floor is yours.
The co-prosecutor. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Kok Sra. The first question, you stated earlier on that you were assigned to guard S21 and you took turn to stand guard 1 month inside the compound and the other month would be standing guard outside. So who made such a decision to switch your shift, and how many hours were you supposed to be on guard? Response. It was the chief of the company who administered these shifts. If the shift falls on the evening, we would be on guard from 6 p.m. to 12 midnight. Prosecutor, thank you, Mr. Kok Sra. During the time when you were on guard, both within and outside the vicinity of S21, when you were guarding, had you ever seen any security regulations in each building? With the Chamber's permit, could document with ERN 00181448 be put on the screen, please? The President, the AV unit is instructed to project this document as requested.
Le Président, je m'adresse à l'unité audiovisuelle. Est-ce que vous pouvez faire le nécessaire pour afficher ce document, s'il vous plaît?
Co-prosecutor Mr. Kok Sra, have you ever seen such Santebal regulations while you were at S21? Response. I had never seen such regulations. Prosecutor, thank you. With Mr. President's leave, could another photo, the general view, with ERN 00189137 be put on display, please? The President, the AV unit is instructed to put this document on the screen as requested by the co-prosecutor.
Ce document sur nos écrans, tel que nous l'a demandé le coprocureur.
Mr. Koksra, this is the overview, the photo or aerial photograph of S21, and you can see letters here, letters A, B, C, D, and E. Can you please tell the chamber, during the time when you were guarding the premises, in which particular building did you witness the detainees being detained, and in which particular location of which particular building were you on guard in? And I would like to inform the chamber that this is just the former photographs already included in the case file. We only highlighted and added just a few names of the street to be more convenient for the witness to identify. Mr. Koksra, could you please tell the court about this? Response. I was guarding at building C inside the building. And then when I was guarding outside, it was to the west, at the rear of building C, and I would be patrolling along the wall of that premise. Co-prosecutor, thank you. With Mr. President's leave, could document with ERN 00326351 be put on display? This photo was the drawing of Wan Nat, who depicts the condition of S21. The President, the AV unit is instructed to put this document with under ERN 00326351 on the screen, please. Prosecutor, Mr. Koksra, as a guard, had you ever seen any detainee who were detained in such a condition as shown in this photo or in this drawing? Response. The drawings is reflecting the real condition at the location back then. Thank you, Mr. Koksra, says the prosecutor. Could document P00000027 be put on the screen, please, with Mr. President's leave. In this common room, and you could see that detainees were shackled and lie down on their backs. Does it remind you of the condition back then when you were on guard? Did you see such condition? Response: that is obvious. It is true. The condition is that is like that. Co-prosecutor, thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to my colleague to put more questions.
Your Honor, given the constraints of time, I'll have very few questions. Can I request the audiovisual unit to project this document on the screen? 00186-795 to 00186-801. And while it's being projected, I shall ask my question. Mr. Cox-Ross, you are a literate person and you can read Khmer, can you?
The President, the AV unit is now instructed to put this document on the screen as requested by the International Co-Prosecutor.
I'll ask my question again. Mr. Cox-Ross, you are a literate person and you can read Khmer, can you?
Response: yes, I can read, but now my eyesight is not good because I cannot really see the clear cut of the writings.
This document before you is a statement that you gave about 1 year ago, as reminded to you by Judge Laverne, on which there is a signature and a thumb impression. On the left-hand side, can you recognize your signature and thumb impression?
Response: I still remember it.
This was a statement you gave to the investigators of the investigating judges who interviewed you on 3rd April 2008. You told the investigators that Dutch, the accused here, was in overall control of the premises and he had the power, including the order to kill. Do you agree with that?
Response: yes, I do, because at that location he was the top person.
You also told the investigators that when Vietnamese soldiers came in, Dutch ordered the killing of the remaining detainees at S21. Is that correct?
Response: no one other than him could put such order, otherwise the detainee would not be executed.
Thank you. You also told the investigators that although children were not detained, but children of big guys, and this is not my expression, your expression, big guys were detained. Is that true?
Response: I did not mention anything about it.
You also told the investigators that sometimes senior military officials were imprisoned, and with them, their soldiers, their entire group was arrested, even if they were innocent soldiers. Do you agree?
Response: I don't remember saying it.
You also told the investigators that important prisoners, even if they were few in number, were killed outside the S21 fence. Do you agree with that?
ភាពថាលោកបានបញ្ជាក់បែបនោះឬទេ
Est-ce que vous êtes d'accord avec ces affirmations que vous avez faites?
Response. Yes, I do.
Oui.
You also told the investigating judges, investigators of the investigating judges that there were many foreigners, Indians, Thais, and particularly Vietnamese who were there at S21. Is that correct?
Est-ce exact?
Response. That's correct.
C'est exact.
My last question to you is, because my time is running out, you quoted Doik as saying that Doik ordered the imprisonment of S21 staff. I'm not quoting Doik, this is your statement. Doik ordered the imprisonment of S21 staff if they had involvements and tendencies. To your recollection, did Doik order the imprisonment of S21 staff?
S'agissant du personnel de S21.
Response. I still remember it.
Je m'en rappelle.
And maybe one last question, since I have 1 minute. You said no inmate was allowed to leave alive from S21. Is that correct?
Est-ce exact?
Response. Yes, that is correct.
Mr. President, I have no further questions.
The President. Next, it is time for the civil party lawyers to put questions to the witness, starting from civil party lawyer group 1. You have 5 minutes to put question to this witness.
Good morning, Your Honor, Your Honor. We have an agreement among civil parties because of the time allocated. Only one lawyer will ask questions to the civil party, and it will be for this witness, my colleague Silke Studinsky. Thank you.
The President, lawyers Tudzinski, please take the floor, but could you please verify the time? It is now 11:14.
Yes, good morning, Mr. President. Your Honor, I agree it's between 11:14 and 15. Good morning, Mr. Coxros. My name is Silke Studinsky. I'm representing civil parties, so victims here in these proceedings. I want to put some questions to you. My first question is, did you see the accused enter the interrogation rooms outside the prison compound to watch and to inspect interrogations?
Response. I saw him once. He came into the place where the interrogators were conducted interrogation. I did not know what he said or what he did inside.
Do you remember how long he stayed in this interrogation room?
Response. I don't know.
Do you remember what kind of prisoner was interrogated? Was this an important prisoner?
Response. When he came to that session, I didn't know whether the detainee at that time was important or not important.
What was the distance? Where were you when you saw him enter this room?
Response. It was about 50 meters from the location where I was standing, and I could see him walking from the east into that location.
Did you see that the accused frequently came to inspect the detention cells, looking in from outside? Did you observe this?
Response. Occasionally, he would be coming to the location, but he was not coming inside the compound. He was seen outside.
But again, am I right that he looked into the cells, into the detention cells, and this frequently? Is this right?
Response. Not very frequent. He only went occasionally, but he did not go inside. He only watched from outside.
My next questions concern the suicides in S21. You told us today that you have no knowledge about suicide. I would like to confront you with a statement that you gave to David Chandler, the man that you already Judge Cartwright talked to you, who made an interview around 10 years ago. And there, this is the ERN 00164564, the English version. And there you said to Mr. Chandler, there were many cases of prisoners committing suicide this way, and you had described before how they committed suicide. And some of them hanged themselves, so we had to be right there, watch them finish drinking ourselves. This is why we had to be careful. Do you remember that you told Mr. Chandler that you were aware of a lot of cases of suicide?
Response. I still remember it regarding the detainee who hanged himself. At that time, we were instructed to be more vigilant and were asked not to let this kind of thing happen again.
Did you see this prisoner hanging personally with your own eyes?
Response. I never saw it personally because we worked in the different targets of assignment.
But you have told about this suicide. Have been told about this suicide. Is this right?
Response. Yes, it's correct because I was told, and when we changed the shift, then I was told by the previous guards about this.
I would like to know now, could you recall again how many people were in your group?
Response.
ចំណែកនៅក្នុងកងខ្ញុំនឹងមាន
There were
4ក្រុម
4 groups in my unit, the groups who would take turn to guard the location. In each group there were 10 to 12 people.
How many of this group of 10 to 12 people disappeared?
ក្រុមមាន10ទៅ12នាក់តើមានបាត់មនុស្សក្នុងក្រុមនឹងប្រមាណអ្នកក្រោយមកនោះ
Response. After some times, more and more people disappeared, but I don't remember how many disappeared, because when one disappeared, then another person would be called to substitute the missing or the disappearing men.
But could you confirm that I'm only talking about your group? That means those with whom you worked closely together. Is it right to say that the members of your group were like your brothers? Is this fair to say?
Response. In my group, there were 10 of us, and we had worked together for quite some time, and there were 2 of us who disappeared.
I would like to confront you with another statement that you gave in this interview around 10 years ago. This is the ERN number 00164580. And there you have been asked by David Chandler how many were in your group. Your answer was, first there were 20 men and all of them died except for 2 of us. Then they were replaced. This is rather different than what you said now. That means to David Chandler you said the great majority of your group disappeared and died. Could you recall what is the right number? How many of your brothers in your group died and disappeared?
Response. It was not true that there were 20 people in the unit, because there were about 200 people in total. After time passed by, then more and more people disappeared, but later on I only observed that the people whom I had known, only 2 of them remained.
However, this was not really an answer to my question, but however, I will proceed then at this point. Had you fear when you observed that more and more people from your group disappeared? Had you personally fear?
Response. I felt some fear actually, and I knew that only time would tell, but I had to tell myself to be strong and then concentrated on my work.
And you were able to control yourself in such manner that this fear, this original fear, disappeared then, and then to work, to go ahead with your work? Is this right, that you were able to suppress your fear?
អញ្ចឹងគឺថាជារបៀបមួយដែលលោកអាចរងាប់ការភ័យខ្លាចហើយធ្វើការតទៅទៀតតើអញ្ចឹងឬយ៉ាងម៉េច
ពិតមែនអញ្ចឹង Response: That's correct.
I would like to move now to 1979 or end 1978, and I would first like to know, did you get any news by the end of 1978 or beginning of 1979 that the Vietnamese will invade or are about to invade Cambodia? Did you get any news about this?
តើលោកបានទទួលដំណឹងបែបនេះដែរឬទេ
Response: I did not receive any information regarding that matter.
And I would like to confront you as well with their statement in the interview 10 years ago. It is 00164572. To the same question, you told David Chandler, now quote, about 2 weeks before a cadre called a meeting and told us about this, and this means the Vietnamese invasion. My question is, do you recall this now, that there was a meeting 2 weeks before?
Response: At that time, yes, there were some meetings amongst the company members, and then we were instructed to be really strict and to save all the resources, because we would not be certain whether we would sleep in the house or sleep in the forest.
When did you finally leave S21? And when have you been there for the last time? But I'm talking, of course, 78, 79.
គឺខ្ញុំនិយាយត្រង់ចំណុចពេលពីឆ្នាំ1978និង1979
Response: Before I left S21, that is, before the liberation, it was about a fortnight before the liberation, I left S21 and went to work at a branch of S21 to work the rice fields. It was south of prison where I worked the rice fields.
Did you go back to S21?
Response: In that final stage, I did not return. And after the Vietnamese attack, I was at the rice fields, so we fled to the west.
I would like to confront you as well with the statement to David Chandler. It's on the same page, same ERN number 00164572. And there you have been asked, when you left, were the Vietnamese already approaching? And then, I quote, your response was, when we were about to leave, they had already reached Spar Ampo Monivong Bridge. Do you remember this? That you have been in S21 when the Vietnamese arrived at Monivong Bridge?
Response. I cannot recall this part.
I'm really sorry, but this is, I would say, a very impressive moment that the Vietnamese enter Phnom Penh, and you want to pretend and making here, pretending here that you do not remember this. I know this. I would like to continue with one more sentence. Did you come back, as you told Mr. Chandler, to collect important documents that were kept in the wardrobe, managed to get about 1/3 of the documents? There were a lot. Do you remember that you have collected documents from S21?
Response. I did not return through S21. I did not even go to my house to collect my clothes, let alone the documents. I did not return.
And now my last consultation with this interview with David Chandler. On the same page, there you have been asked, did you burn the documents at the prison? And then your response, as it is quoted here, is no, we took them away and tore some of them up on the streets, the documents from the wardrobe in S21. Do you remember now?
Response. As I said, I did not return to collect any document, so that statement is not true.
Thank you, Mr. President. The time, allocated time is running out, and so I have further questions, but or we have further questions, but no time to ask them. Thank you very much, Mr. Coxross.
The President, I would like now to give the floor to the Defense Counsel to put questions to the witness if you have any. The floor is yours. Kasavut. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Coxross, in the document ERN 00186796 D 78/10, on the last line, you said Onka assigned me to the big prison PJ south of Sa Thmai. I stayed there for one night, and the leader there was Dutch. Did you know Unloaned alias Nat at the time? Response, I did not know him at the time. Thank you, says Kasabut. During the time that you stood guard at S21, did you ever see any Vietnamese prisoners of war? or Vietnamese prisoners? Response. During the time that I stood guard, I only saw Vietnamese civilians, not Vietnamese soldiers. Question. So, during the time that you guarded, you did not see any Vietnamese soldiers. Now, another question. You said you never saw Dutch interrogate or torture or kill any prisoner. Is this correct? Do you agree with this statement? Response, yes. Thank you, says Kasavut. You said Dutch ordered the execution. Did you know who ordered Dutch to give those instructions? Do you know? Response. I did not know regarding this matter. Thank you, says Kasavut. You worked as a guard at that location. Did you ever see any release of Thai people at S21? Response. I did not see any. Thank you. In your group, who was your direct chief of the group? Response. In my group, I had a chief, but I cannot recall his name. So you forget your chief group, says Kasavut. Another question. So, who was the chief of your group chief? Can you recall the name? Response. The person supervised my group chief was Payne. Thank you, says Kasavut. What was the role of your group chief? Can you elaborate? Response. The role of the group chief was, during the guard, he patrolled the guards at the designated locations to ensure that they did not fall asleep. Thank you, says Kasavut. What about the role of the supervisor or the chief of your chief? Do you know that? Response. The role of the chairman of the company was to station opposite the detention location to supervise the incoming and outgoing of the prisoners for the interrogation. Thank you, says Kasavut. Did you also know the role of the S21 chairman, that is of Dutch? Because he, as you stated, went around looking at various rooms. So what was the role of Dutch? Can you elaborate? Response. Regarding his role in general, and it is not specific, and nobody ordered him because he was the top leader there. So he went around doing this or that, inspecting this or that. That is his exclusive role, to supervise, to monitor. Thank you, Mr. President. I do not have question. The President. The chamber would like to give the time now to the accused to make his observation regarding this witness testimony, if he wishes to do so. Secondly, the observations to be made by the accused is for the entire chamber to hear. Especially, it should be addressed to the judges of the bench and try to avoid to signify any pressure placing upon the witness. You can take the floor. The accused. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to clarify certain matters as follows. This person, Kuksra, and I was interested in him since I started reading David Chandler's book, and I wanted to find out who actually is Kuksra. And during this chamber hearing, I tried to look and to recognize him, but I couldn't think of him at all, of any people working at S21. I still think I never met him before. That is point one. And on point number 2, I would like to talk about Mr. Kuksra's testimony, which I do not agree. Kuksra said, I looked at the detention rooms occasionally. It sounds plausible, but I never did that. And that is the reason of the testimony that led me to believe that Kuksra was not a member of S21. And the second point to prove that he was not a member of the S21, he said that I instructed and provided lessons to the guards regarding the policy on the enemy. Of course, I taught the guards regarding the general situation and also talk about the enemy based on documents provided by ONCA, but it was in general. And regarding the teaching of specific enemy detained at S21, that testimony is not true. And the third point, Kuksra said, I ordered the prisoners to copy documents. So this is another reason that make me believe he is not a member of the S21. At S21 we had a photocopier, that is one machine, and the other one is a stencil machine, and then a roller, and they all the remnants of the Division 703. Before I became the chairman of S21, 703 was already in operation of the 3 machines. Although I hate the 3 machines in my house as ordered by my superior, only when needed I ordered the S21 staff to use it. Therefore, I am not convinced that Kuksra was a former guard of S21. And I would like to provide my observations on the following situations. Kuksra did not clearly recognize any people except those who were well known by the public, like Peng, Ho Israel, Ho, and myself. And besides, even Nat, who was the former chairman of S21, he did not even know. So it is my observation that I am not convinced he was a former S21 guard. I also would like to provide another testimony. Kuksra said about a livelihood meeting regarding the instructions to prevent the prisoners' escape. if he were a member, the essence of the meeting would be according to the circular or instructions that all comrades are instructed to follow the instructions by the S21 document, which is with the ERN 00008091. If Peng really led the meeting, he would base his instructions on this document. So in summary, there are several issues which make me believe that Kuksro was not a member of the S21 Guards. However, I do not completely reject his status. If the co-investigating judges have any evidentiary documents to put before the chamber that he was a member, then I would accept it. This is my response, Your Honor. The President, Judge Lavange, you take the floor.
Le Président, Monsieur le juge Laverne, je vous en prie.
Judge Laverne, it seems to me that after such a statement, the witness should have the possibility of providing his own clarifications in relation to what I just heard. And in particular to tell us if yes or no he was a staff member at S21.
Kuksro, I would like to clearly state that I am a former S21 guard starting from 1975, from late 1975 until Phnom Penh fell, and this is my response.
Telle est ma réponse.
Judge Lavergne, so if I understood properly what the accused told us is that as long as we do not have a written document that can check this, that, well, he believes that Mr. Coxro's statement is doubtful. Is that what you're saying? But if we provide you a written document that states that he was part of the S21 staff, you would accept it. Is that so?
The accused, John, I would like to state that the list of S21 staff from the time that I took control, and during the investigation, I never seen such a list submitted by the co-investigating judges to the chamber. So that is one issue. And on a separate issue, regarding Kuksros and other people who allege themselves to be the S21 staff, there might be a few other people whom I might not know clearly. So if there is S21 documents on the list of staff, and if the names are there and it can clearly verify that, categorically, I would accept their testimonies.
La nature de ces personnes, eh bien, moi j'accepterai catégoriquement le statut de ces personnes.
Judge Lavergne, can you tell the chamber today that you personally knew each one of the staff members at S21 or no?
The accused, John, the S21 staff for those who came from M13, I knew every one of them without any exception. Namely, Brother Mom Nai, Elias Chan, Sun Nguyen, Elias Pon, Prat Nan, On, Eun, Tet. I knew every one of them. And for those forces who were the former city resistant forces, there were 5 of them, and I knew every one of them. And for those came from 703 Division, I knew some of them, including Ho, Hui Srae, Hui from the Special Force, Paul, Snoon, Poet, and several interrogators, and as well as Suthi. So, for those whom I knew, I would not deny their status. But I can say at this stage that I only know some of those forces came from Division 703.
Judge Lavergne, can you remind us of the number of people who were part of the S21 staff and who came from the 703rd Division, and in particular those who came from M13? Could you say that more than 80% came from the 703rd Division?
Response, John. The statistics that we received from the General Staff, which was submitted by the co-investigating judges to the chamber, there were more than 2,000 staff, 2,300 something. And amongst those, from M13, including young and old, including my godparents, there were total number which was mentioned in that document, and 3 people from the city force, and the other 2 only got married when they worked at S21. So that was the city force. Also, there were the teenagers from Kampong Chnang. There were about 40 of them. And amongst those 40, I clearly knew 4 of them. I knew their name and I knew their faces. And the rest, they were the forces from 703. And in total, they would be in excess of 95% of the total forces employed at S21.
Judge Lavergne, so regarding the 2,000 people you just spoke about, you knew about 100?
Response: no, less than 100. Far less than 100.
I have no further questions, thank you, says Judge Lavergne.
Dear President, the hearing of the testimony of the witness Kuksra now comes to an end. And also it is time for lunch break. The chamber will adjourn the hearing this morning and will resume this afternoon. Mr. Koksra, the chamber would like to thank you for providing your testimony before this chamber. We also have taken note of the difficulties that you have experienced in providing your testimony as being faced by several questions put to you by the chamber and by the various parties. Secondly, the difficulty arises as a result of the facts which had been for many years, 34 years already. And the recollection of people in general tend to forget certain aspects of the facts. Regardless of this, the chamber appreciates your testimony, and you can now return to your residence. Court officer, make necessary arrangement for Mr. Koksros to return to his residence. And for this afternoon, starting from 1:30, the chamber will hear the testimony of a witness, KW07. So the hearing is now adjourned. Security guards take the accused to the waiting room and bring him back to the chamber before 1:30 p.m.
សូមអញ្ជើញក្រោកចូលឡើង